7 p.m. Everybody streaming all across the interwebs of Milpitas and beyond, whether you're on Facebook live stream or youtube.com. Thanks for being with us all here this evening in the month of June, the last month of our fiscal year. I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. We'll go to our city clerk, Wendy Wood.
Councilmember Fan. I think you need to unmute.
Present.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Present.
Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Here.
Mayor Tran.
And I'm here. Thank you very much, Wendy, our city clerk. A little bit different tonight, folks. We did not have closed session as indicated on our agenda, which is posted on our city website. And so we're going straight into our open session. Next up here on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand as you may. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, great. Next up here is the invocation. I'll ask you to mute your microphone if it is not your turn to speak. I'll ask you to mute your microphone. We want to make sure we have one person speaking at a time, and everybody will get a fair opportunity. Tonight's invocation is assigned to myself. I want to really use this invocation tonight to acknowledge the unfortunate event that happened over at the Valley Transportation Authority. I do want to say a prayer, and we'll adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of the lives that were lost. And we'll have a moment of silence prior to adjournment. But I do want to take this time here with the invocation to say a prayer. And please join together with me as you may. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you for your help and for your wisdom as we pray for the Valley Transportation Authority, the families of the victims that lost their lives due to the senseless violence and violent act. We ask that you give us strength, Heavenly Father, to continue to be public servants and to serve our community through these undescribable times. Heavenly Father, we come to you to give us the strength to make it through this time, and we pray that you look over the Valley Transportation Authority as well as their board, our Vice Mayor Carmen Montano, who will be representing us over on First Street, and we pray that you guide us through these dark times. Heavenly Father, we pray that you look over the families that are affected, and the children, and the wives and the spouses and the loved ones, as much as we will here on earth, to be a part of the support in the greater community. Amen. Next up here is presentations. We have a couple of proclamations tonight. First one is LGBTQ Pride Month. I know that our Recreation and Community Services Department did the flag raising earlier. I saw that on social media. Thank you to our city staff for raising the flag, LGBTQ for Pride Month. I'm a little heartbroken that we had to raise the flag half staff, but nonetheless, we will recognize June as LGBTQ Pride Month. Milpitas is a welcoming and open community that recognizes and values our residents who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, or other non-binary genders and sexualities. We know how important it is that we as a community say, we see you, appreciate you, and accept you as the wonderful, unique individuals you are. We also know that members of the LGBTQ community face special challenges. So this month, Milpitas Social Services staff will launch a new LGBTQ social support group in partnership with the Avenidas Rainbow Collective and NAMI Santa Clara County to provide a friendly, welcoming environment to share resources and experiences. We are allies who stand with you and celebrate you like we always have, especially growing up here in Milpitas. Therefore, I, Mayor Rich Tran, and on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, proclaim the month of June as LGBTQ Pride Month here in the city of Milpitas. And I welcome our whole community to come out to Cesar Chavez Plaza, sort of right behind the senior center and the city hall, to see the beautiful pride flag that we have alongside our United States flag and the Milpitas flag, right? So great. Next up with the proclamation is one we've done before, and it's for Philippine Independence Day. The first Philippine Republic proclaimed its national independence from Spain on June the 12th, 1898, after 400 years of colonial rule. Their their hard-won freedom was short-lived. However, as Spain ceded the islands to the United States as part of the treaty ending the Spanish-American War. The Filipino people then continued their fight for independence from the United States, and the island nation was finally on its way to a negotiated independence when World War II broke out in the Pacific and Japan occupied the Philippines. On July 4th, 1946, the United States signed the Treaty of Manila, giving the Philippines complete independence and cementing a friendship between our two nations. Filipinos originally celebrated Independence Day on July 4th, the same date as Independence Day here in the United States. But in 1962, it was changed to June 12th to commemorate the end of Spanish rule in the country. Here in Milpitas, we share a special connection with the Philippines. We have many residents who are from the Philippines, as you know, or whose parents or grandparents were immigrants. Filipino Americans are proud of their heritage and graciously share their rich culture with all of us in our town through their food, music, dance, and many special traditions. And might I add, we have one sister city to Milpitas, and that's over in the Philippines, Dagupan City, Philippines. And we hope that COVID will pass and we'll be able to reach out to our sister city and create a stronger bond. Therefore, I, Mayor Rich Tran, on behalf of the Milpitas City Council, proclaim June the 12th, 2021, as the official celebration of Philippine Independence Day in the city of Milpitas. And I want to give a special a shout out. We do that in Milpitas. I'm gonna give a special shout out right now to Council Member Evelyn Chua, who certainly reminded me about um, Philippines Independence Day and the flag raising, and we got that agendized. And thank you, Council Member Chua, the first Filipino elected Filipino American to the Milpitas City Council. How about that? Okay, great. Moving on from the presentations, we're going to public forum. All right, folks, let's see who's with us tonight. All right, welcome. I see a whole bunch of names on the Zoom attendees. Folks, you know the drill. I'm so happy to see all your names. I love y'all. And we'll go 2 minutes tonight. And first up, Walter Montemayor. If you'd like to speak, folks, raise your virtual raised hand. We got you. Mr. Montemayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, and staff. Not repeating, but anyway, belated greetings. Memorial Day holiday to all. It touched me on all the presentations, both, especially the Philippine independence topic. I came from that country. My father was a artillery commander in Corridor, Bataan. I came to America due to my father-in-law, brothers-in-law, those petitions rule. Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Mayor. One of the items, though, on not jumping off ahead, under the force of the mayor and the city council members, I wanted to fill out or apply again as one of the members or the volunteers for this or commission, seated commission of the parks, but I wasn't able to fill out. Anyway, I'm not jumping off. There's a topic, there's one topic item somewhere. 12, is that right? Yeah, I like to be always a member or a commissioner, if that's the case. And yeah, we will improve Milpitas through parks. We have a lot of topics about the parks, bikes, and everything today. To my group, especially Renee. Thank you all. Have a good one.
Thank you, Uncle. And we will take care of you on the agenda with the commissioner, if that's what I heard. Okay, and get that back to the list here. Next up, we have Barbara Navarro. Welcome, Barbara. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I noticed on the consent calendar, item C4, there's going to be an approval for funding the pedestrian trail replacement project. And I do a lot of walking in Milpitas, and Rancho School is redoing their track and their field there, and there's a big cyclone fence up, so we can't get along that trail anymore. And I was wondering, I looked at the map, but it wasn't clear to me whether this project includes making sure that we have that trail that goes all the way along the backside of Rancho and Senate School fields as well. So I was hoping that someone could clarify that for me. Anyways, you guys are doing great work. My husband's Filipino. His family came from the Philippines as well. So thank you for honoring their Independence Day.
You are welcome. And we are Milpitas. That's what we are. Barbara, just hang tight with us. Before we, when we get to the consent calendar here this evening, I'll check in with our director, Renee, or engineering, whoever, to provide you with some information. I would definitely want to get your question in this evening. Won't be too long, just a couple more items, so stay with us. Next up, John Ag.
Good evening there.
Welcome. Yeah.
You can hear me, I hope.
Always. I can always hear you.
I'd like to congratulate Vice Mayor Montano on her earlier request for a Main Street event and the council's support. To stage such an event towards the end of the year could be accomplished if preparations begin very soon. This event would be an opportunity for our local businesses to promote themselves and provide a welcome gathering place for our community, students, families, neighbors, and visitors. I only ask 3 considerations. First, the event and activities focus on historical significance of Main Street, whether it's the cattle drive through the Midtown or the local historical places and events of our past, our heritage. Secondly, that the event encompasses and demonstrates our broad, diverse community and its cultural richness, whether dance, art, music, food, song, drama, or traditions. Thirdly, that the city administration and council recognize the value added and expertise of Better Block and assigned to that organization the guidance and management of the event. As I understand it, the contract was on hold until the ending of the pandemic, and that should be the case towards the end of this year. I truly hope that I, along with many community members, will be an active participant in this potential event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Appreciate you. All right, folks, we're here in the public forum. If you're here for an agenda item, you know the drill. If not, I'm here for you. And I encourage folks to wait until the agenda item is discussed. That way we can be more precise with our agenda tonight. And it'll be another incredible, successful, joyous meeting here. Can you believe it, everybody? City staff and residents, community members, we are here in the month of June. It's just been a tremendous run of public service here in 2021. I don't see anybody else for the public forum. Okay. Next up, we'll go with announcements and future agenda items. And first, our city manager, Steve McCarris.
Thank you, Mayor Tran, members of council. I have no announcements for you this evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Fantastic. Okay, great. I'll go to my colleagues here. If there's any virtual raised hands, I will need that. Okay, great. First up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. And I have two asks and 2 announcements. The first one is I just would like to the city manager, I would like to ask for the status of the initiative I introduced my first day on the city council. That's the.
Can you pause here real quick, Councilmember Chua? You pause you. I'm hearing some sort of echo. I ask if you're not speaking, then you mute your microphone to avoid any type of feedback. I just want to make sure. I'll remind folks as I need to, please mute your microphone if it is not your turn to speak due to the parliamentary procedure. Back to you, Councilmember Chua. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just like to ask the city manager and the executive team for the status of the first initiative I introduced on my first day on the council, December 15, and that's the amendment to the affordable housing ordinance to remove the option for developers to pay fees. Just provide the 15% affordable housing.
Okay, really quick. So yeah, we do have that on the list.
Right.
It should indicate the updated status.
The second one, I would like to ask, 11 million Americans are late in their house payments, and 10 million jobs are open. So I'm looking at the executive team if we can do a job fair fairly soon, because if you can pick 20 local businesses that need placement or jobs, they have open jobs, I think that would be good enough to have a job fair. And this is the first job fair. Maybe we'll have another one in the fall. Those are my asks. And the other announcement, the third one is I would like to thank the San Jose Conservation Corps. They were the ones who picked up the mattresses and the tires. They were partner with us, and shout out to Public Works for an excellent job. Here are one of the 2 trucks that have mattresses. Thank you, San Jose Conservation Corps. And the next one is a video I did. This is my first pinning of the badge. So I wanted to share it with everybody. Here it goes. So congrats to our 3 new officers. Welcome to Milpitas family. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Oh, that was awesome. No, I really appreciated that. It did bring me some joy to see our public safety officers there. But in regards to your request for the job fair, I think I love it and I support it. I can see a really good fit with the Chamber of Commerce, really taking a large role in that with a little bit of support from our city. I could see that really shaping up. I think whoever's representing us over at the Chamber of Commerce here in town would love to see.
I'm the representative, Mayor.
Okay, all right, it's coming together.
I'll bring it
There
up
it is.
on Thursday.
Yeah, you perfect. Yeah, check in with the
Board
city
meeting.
manager. Then you want to check in with the city manager, and then go ahead and rock and roll with that. Okay, great. Thank you very much,
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Chupa. I love your announcements so much. Thank you. Okay, great. Okay, I guess I'll pick it up here with announcements. I was very emotional earlier during the vacation, and I failed to mention our support for our law enforcement at the VTA rail yard. Vice Mayor, can you mute your microphone? It's affecting the sound. Thank you so much. You know, I do want to announce here in the announcements just my gratitude and thankfulness for our Milpitas Police SWAT team that did respond out there, and to our police department and all law enforcement heroes and countywide, everybody. You know, we got your back, and we thank you for facing evil. Okay, thank you very much. That's my announcement. I want to go to the Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor, please. Yeah, sorry, your microphone is acting a little.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor. So I thought I had my hand raised, but I guess I didn't. So,
You do.
no, earlier before you spoke. So I'd like, one of my requests is that I'd like the city to create a mural for our veterans. I think I've been to several cities and I always see murals honoring their veterans, and I'd like to have our city do that somewhere, someplace, sometime in the future, create a mural of our veterans, honoring our veterans. And then also I would like to request that the city partner with the Chamber of Commerce to promote the city, some city event, perhaps an Arts and Wine Festival or a Rancho Days, or Little Cornfields Day, or Frontier Days, like we used to have when I was a kid. So something like that, that would be great if the city can partner with the Chamber of Commerce and do an event in the future. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate your proposals. You know, I think that mural one is great. I know Veterans Plaza has that cement sort of wall area there by the water fountain. I think that'd be beautiful for a mural, you know, right there in Veterans Plaza. But your second part, that's a big one. Art and Wine Festival next summer sounds pretty good. Yeah, looking forward to seeing that move along. Just we'll get it discussed. We'll figure out the finer details. You know, it'll be great. Thank you. Okay, next up here we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I thank all of you for definitely recognizing the unfortunate event that happened in our community. I do want to just take the time to thank the Milpitas Police Department for definitely coming out, as you guys always do, to help support brothers and sisters in the Blue Line. It's been a very incredible, difficult week. Many of you know I work for the San Jose Police Department, and having this happen around the corner from where we work and seeing this so real. I don't know if you guys are aware, but I do teach prevention workshops on what to do with active shooter. And to really see this come to light has been something that we have been preparing. And unfortunately, we are now witnessing the aftermath that comes from this. I just want our community to know that we're all here for you guys. There is help. And please, if you see something, say something. It's really important for us to be united, but it's also really important that if you ever see a member of your team act different and they're just, it's erratic behavior, please report it to your HR department. Please do not wait. I know it's scary. I know that sometimes we second think what's going to happen. What are people going to think of me? Maybe I'm exaggerating, but the red flags are there way before these incidents happen. So if you see somebody act irrationally out of anger or in spite, please, there is help. Please report them to your HR department, and please seek help yourself if this is definitely causing some PTSD or just some concern in our communities. So I know that the city of Milpitas has placed those resources for you. And so I just definitely wanted to highlight how important it is. If you see something, say something, and we stand united with you. And I hope that all of us take the time to really process what is happening. This is not normal. This is trauma upon the layers of trauma that our community is already facing from COVID-19. And so to any of my colleagues or our staff, if you need anything, please know we're a phone call away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're still here at announcements and future agenda items, folks. If there's any of my colleagues that would like to share additional words, now would be the time. If not, I don't see any virtual raised hands. And we'll move on to the announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris, please help us.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montana.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None, thank you.
Thank you. I'd also ask the mayor and Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda. And I did want to note for the council, there are contracts being approved as part of the budget item, which staff will walk you through, or any contributions received from any development project applicant on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montana.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor, if you'd like, I'll go ahead and read the code of conduct.
Yes, please.
Perfect. So the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct, be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. And as I've indicated in the past, that also includes the Zoom platform we're on tonight. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Moving on here to the approval of agenda, I'll go ahead, if I see no objections, I'll move to approve the agenda.
Second.
If there are no objections, I hear no objections. The agenda's been approved. Moving
Mayor
on to
Trent?
the.
Did you want to defer item 12?
I think for 12, we have a couple of. Yeah, I'll go ahead and move to postpone item number 12 for 1
Okay,
week from now.
second.
We'll do it 1
Second
week.
with that amendment. Second with that amendment.
Hold
And
on,
Mayor-
there's no motion, Vice Mayor. There's no
Mayor,
motion.
since we are going to defer that item, we probably do want to take a motion and a vote. Sorry about that, but a little more time
Right,
consuming, but it'll,
right,
it'll
but
just perfect
there's-
the record.
Let me make the motion first, folks. Okay, appreciate you. I'm listening to Wendy. Come on, help me out. I'm sorry, Wendy. No, Wendy, you're right. I will move to postpone item number 12 until next week. I know we got a meeting next week. We'll squeeze it on that agenda if that's okay. Just to get the ball rolling. Thank you so much, Wendy. I appreciate you.
Second with that amendment.
Okay, great. So I gotta make the motion first, Vice Mayor. There's no second without a motion.
Well, you said move, so when you say you move, that's
Okay.
making a motion.
Okay, so I'll move to approve the agenda, which includes the postponement of item number 12 for a week from now. And may I please have a second, Vice Mayor?
Second.
All right, we got a second by the Vice Mayor. All in favor of virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. The agenda's been approved. And moving on to consent calendar. I want to take a moment here really quick. I know Barbara had a question on item number 4, sort of the pathway there. I just want to get the quick answer from staff if we can, or Barbara's here on the Zoom as well, and she's accessible. But I do see our Director of Recreation and Community Services, Renee Lorenzen.
Right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. To answer Mrs. Navarro's question, yes, this project is basically working with the school district to replace a section of pathway that exists behind Rancho and connects Senate to the Bob Brown Courts and then Murphy Park. So there's a brief section of that current walkway that goes from Portola Drive to about Mount Diablo and to the edge of the tennis courts. The other pieces of the pathway remain, but they are fenced off right now for a safe construction zone. So once they're done in August, the pathway will be intact and people can safely access it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Renee, for the information. And if Ms. Navarro needs any further information, we're all here for you. Okay, great. All right, we're still on the consent calendar. I want to add items number 13 and 14 to the consent calendar. Adding 13 and 14 to the consent calendar. Looking to my colleagues here, if there's any further requests to pull or to put on the consent calendar, but I don't see any virtual raised hands. It's funny, folks, watching at home, if you don't know what a virtual raised hand is on this Zoom platform, we use a little virtual raised hand to take turns speaking, and it's a way to sort of organize the virtual meeting. So you're going to hear a lot of virtual raised hands out of my mouth being said, and so bear with me. I'm doing my best, but I heard we might be going back to City Hall sooner than later. So I won't be missing the virtual raised hands. All right, so I'm trying to add consent calendar items 13 and 14 to the consent calendar. I see no further requests. I'll move to approve the consent calendar. Looking for a second.
Second.
You have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor? Virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. There it is. That's the consent calendar. It's approved. And we'll move on here to public hearings. Open agenda item number 8, open the public hearing and adopt resolutions to approve the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget for the city of Milpitas and the Milpitas Housing Authority. Approve the fiscal year 21-22 again appropriations limit, authorize various financial actions, fiscal policies and budget guidelines, amend the classification plan for alignment with the fiscal year 21-22 budget, and the minimum wage increase and salary schedules consistent with previous council action. Okay, this is a big one. First up, let me go to the city manager, Steve McCarris. Take us away, Steve.
Well, thank you, Mayor Tran, members of the council and members of the public. So it is my pleasure this evening to present the final operating budget for the city of Milpitas. Last month, I addressed you and the public with a proposed fiscal year 2021-22 budget as a balanced budget, without the use of reserves and without the use of American Rescue Plan Act funds. We received direction from the council and completed a balanced budget based on a strategy that also delivers a structural balance. This means there's no room for added expenditures without either reducing services or addressing fluctuations in projected revenue or creating another budget deficit. While we share much optimism, I want to emphasize that we need to stay the course with confidence that we have it right. None of this came easy. It took a highly deliberate and sound approach of short-term and long-term strategies. On the revenue side, council and the community supported Measure F, a 1/4 cent 8-year sales tax, is anticipated to raise approximately $6 million annually for maintaining city services. We also updated our fees to reflect improved cost recovery in alignment with the services we render. On the expenditure side, we reduced personnel and non-personnel costs with a reduction of 23.75 positions, which includes defunding and eliminating positions. We did this because the pandemic reduced revenues beyond what Measure F could offset. We also have 4 of our 6 employee groups joining the City Council and demonstrating true leadership. They are the Milpitas Police Officers Association, led by Alex Prince, Milpitas Firefighters Local 1699, led by John Powers, Milpitas Mid-Management Confidential Unit, led by Tony Charlotte, and our Milpitas Unrepresented Group. Although not exclusively represented, they are comprised of all of our upper management. These employee groups make up 286 employees, and their wage concessions will generate $2.4 million in annual savings. They're making a direct contribution to our fight against the fiscal effects of the pandemic for our community, just as the voters of Milpitas did in passing Measure F. We also included a $1.45 million future deficit reserve. This is to provide safety net for any possible fiscal setback this coming year. This is a one-time reserve to cover any changes in COVID containment, revenue shortfalls, or increases in service demands that could occur in the next 12 months. We should not forget this is an unprecedented pandemic, and there's no guarantee in what the future holds. This added reserve is appropriate given so many unknowns and so many variables in our recovering economy. So again, I want to thank the public for all the engagement, feedback, and the support for Measure F. The council and community have done an incredible job in responding to the impacts of the pandemic. So before I hand it over to our finance director, Lauren Lai, I'd like to thank the city council for your leadership as we move forward together in rebuilding our city and serving our residents and business community. I'm looking forward to your final budget deliberation and adoption and advancing the city on a fiscally sound path. Thank you. So Lauren, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks so much. If I may have the slides, please. I'd like to first give thanks again, like the city manager. Many smart minds participated in developing this budget. I had the honor of presenting it. Public access to this information is really important. So I'd like to reiterate that the budget is fully available on the city website and also as a part of this agenda packet. And also we had a special council meeting on May 11th where we presented the budget and had a very extensive conversation about it. So this evening we'll be looking at the changes since May 11th. Next slide, please. So this evening, we'll recap the changes from May 11th to tonight, incorporating the council direction and also prior council amendments via agenda reports approved by council. We'll recap briefly the all funds perspective of the city, which includes the general fund and special revenue funds and enterprise funds. Look at the general fund in two areas, the 10-year forecast and the reserves, which shows our financial stability. And also brief you on one area of the budget guidelines that we're recommending that we change as well. And then recommend actions to move forward with adopting the budget and also other legislative resolutions. Next slide, please. What are the additional information and updates to the proposed budget since May 11th? Those include the direction to fund Main Street revitalization. We have special events on the revenue and the expenditure sides of $50,000. We will continue to fundraise for this event, and as the figures solidified for the various costs, we'll bring final updates on this in the fall. Main Street revitalization also includes the public art installation of $12,500. Also in May, Council approved a resolution related to CDBG. We were able to get final numbers totaling 1.25 million as shown there. So the proposed budget is updated in accordance with that new information we received recently. Also, the Lighting and Landscape Maintenance District 1995 related to the McCarthy Ranch area. The budget reflects the recently noticed and levy instructions per council direction at the last council meeting. Next slide, please. In terms of the water and sewer fund in the proposed budget published on May 11th, we had fund balance in the unassigned. This amended proposed budget now shows those fund balances in those two respective funds allocated out to various reserves: the emergency reserve, rate stabilization reserve, CalPERS, and the infrastructure repair in accordance with council policy. As a matter of additional efficiency, the budget guidelines is recommended that we update it to reflect donation carry forwards. At the end of each year, we do what's called appropriation carry forwards for contracts or purchases previously approved and authorized. It's a form of efficient way of closing our books. We'd like to include donations in that carry forward process. So any unspent, appropriated, and authorized grants and donations from prior year will be automatically carried forward. So this then completes the council direction on May 11th related to donations and grants under the city manager's authority. Last but not least, on May 11th, council had discussions about the chief fire enforcement officer position. Additional information is provided in the informational memo dated May 21st. That's also provided in this agenda report. Next slide, please. So in a nutshell, what's really important for the council and the community to understand is that the general fund budget, which begins July 1 of this year, is a balanced budget. That's really important in principle and also for the city's long-term financial stability. Also core to balancing the budget is that it maintains mostly the same service level approved by council. We increase the reserves by way of this future deficit reserve of 1.45 million. In the city manager's opening remark, he noted why this reserve is important. We are still coming out of a very uncertain, unprecedented pandemic. We are hopeful about the recovery, but there are things we may not be able to control, namely how quickly revenues may recover. So this 1.45 million reserve is critical to our financial stability and our resiliency as we respond to this pandemic. As a part of this proposed budget, we are not proposing to use reserves or the ARPA fund, American Rescue Plan Act, approved by Biden and Congress. Again, core to the reason why we're doing this is that we want to eliminate the structural deficit. We don't want to use these one-time dollars for the purposes of funding ongoing services. Also, what this demonstrates is maintaining fiscal discipline, fiscal management with an eye, and demonstration of financial stability. Next slide, please. How do we approach balancing the budget? I think that's really important, is that we have a strategic approach to complex problems. As summarized here, we have 5 key strategies in balancing the budget. 1, we look at strategic mix of short-term and long-term staffing reductions. We are a service organization. That's what municipalities do. We provide services to our residents, our businesses, and those that come into our community. When we look at strategic mix of short-term, long-term staffing reduction, we have a focus on minimizing services to the community. That's very important. 2 is we reduce or defer services and programs based on our anticipated lower demand or changing priorities. And during COVID and how that altered our demand, and because of the shelter in place, this was a very important strategy. 3rd, pursue full cost recovery for development services. 4th, always, whether it's during a pandemic or regardless, during all times, we look at maximizing efficiencies through technology, process improvements, and organizational alignments and collaboration. Last but not least, we need to pursue revenues where it's allowable by law, such as Measure F and our fees. Next slide, please. So now I'll pivot the conversation over to all funds and services that we provide. Next slide. What this shows is for fiscal 21-22, the portfolio of all services in the city, the general fund, special revenue fund, our enterprise funds, which includes water and sewer, comprise $195.2 million. What you'll see here is that we have major revenue sources. Property tax at $41.3 million brings in 20%. Sales tax at $31.9 million brings in 15.5%. Charges for service at $64.7 million brings in 31.5%. And that's because we have 2 utilities within our city, water and sewer. Next slide, please. You can advance all the arrows. Thank you, Rochelle. One more arrow, and the next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide here now shows how we spend these revenues across all funds. As a service organization, you'll see there that personnel costs is 51% out of our budget at $99.5 million. Of course, because we're a service organization, followed by non-personnel expense, which is 55.8 or 28.6 million. And that's because we purchase our water wholesale and then turn around and provide it to our residents and our businesses. And then also we have capital improvements of 22.3 million or 11.4%, demonstrating the importance of repairing, improving, and enhancing our assets as a component of providing city services. Next slide, please. What this slide summarizes is our major funds within the city, comparing the 2021 adopted budget and 21-22 proposed budget. What the bottom line shows is the impact of the pandemic. Revenues definitely dropped by $25 million, primarily due to the pandemic. And we've definitely had to right size and balance the budget in accordance with those strategies that I previously summarized. Next slide, please. Staffing. What we like to show is the chronology of staffing during these 3 pandemic, showing how we've had to right size the organization to balance the budget, and that we are still hopeful about the recovery and managing our staffing and our cost accordingly, and with a focus on minimizing service impacts to our community. What this slide shows is the correlation between staffing level and population, showing that we continue to provide excellent city service and being very efficient in what we do. Next slide, please. Now we look at the total positions for all funds. And what I like to see here is, where are the majority of the positions in the city, and are those reflective of what the community has said are priorities in our survey? And the answer is yes. 124 positions are in police, 77 positions are in fire, and 74 positions are in public works, which are core essential services here in the city of Milpitas. Next slide, please. Now I'll pivot the conversation to the general fund. For those of you that don't know, the general fund is the primary operating fund where we provide services such as police, fire, public works, parks, and recreation. What I'd like to show is the 10-year forecast and reserves, which really demonstrates our forecast of fiscal discipline and financial stability. Next slide, please. What you're looking at here is the general fund forecast over the next 5 years from the adopted budget through the 25-26 forecast in millions. Revenue on top and expenditure down below. And what that shows is a continuation of fiscal surplus. And I apologize, I don't think this is the right slide, but previously there was a 10-year forecast and we maintained that surplus until we reach the expiration of Measure F. And as noted on May 11th, the expiration of Measure F is really important. We need to continue to focus on economic development and building our revenue base before the expiration of Measure F in 2029. But prior to that, we continue to anticipate a surplus in the general fund, which is exactly where we want to be. Next slide, please. What we have here is a reserve summary. I apologize if the font is kind of small. I'm notating the 1.45 in the general fund, which is the future deficit reserve. The first column is the general fund estimated June 30th, 2022, ending fund balance in reserve by various categories. Secondly is the water fund and the sewer fund. 18 million and 21 million respectively. And you will see there on that slide that the fund balance is now allocated out to various categories in accordance with city policies, particularly capital reserve and facility replacement and CalPERS fiscal stability. Next slide, please. Recommendations. So here before you tonight is a number of actions that I'd like to walk us through so the public also understands what we're doing. Next slide, please. First, council discussion and public hearing regarding the 21-22 operating budget. We also ask that council approve the 21-22 operating budget for the city of Milpitas and the Milpitas Housing Authority. Also approve the 21-22 GAN appropriation limit and approve various resolutions related to this adoption of the budget. I'll walk us through now the GAN limit and also the resolutions. May I have the GAN limit? So in government, I always wondered what the heck is the GAN limit? GAN limit really is a limit on the revenues from taxes that city can spend. So it's really a tax revenue limit. It began in the late 1970s, and each year it is modified to two indexes, change in population and change in consumer price index. So what we have here is it's saying that for the city of Milpitas, the GAN limit is 119.1 million. That's the revenue source, tax revenue source. When we look at our proposed budget, our tax revenue subject to the appropriation limit is 82.3 million. So we're well within the limit, and that's lawful. So we have a $36.8 million capacity within this legislative limit. Next slide, please. Now I'll walk us through each of the resolutions in summary. One resolution pertains to the classification plan amendments. We're asking you to adjust the number of positions in the authorized position list, amend specific budgets, allocated positions, and establish position title changes. So we have one additional position, eliminating 3, defunding 21.75, reallocating 2, transferring 1/2, and amending 4 titles. Those are all detailed in the resolution and previously summarized on May 11th. Next slide, please. Also, we're asking you to amend the minimum wage. We have a minimum wage ordinance, increasing the minimum wage here in the city of Milpitas effective July 1 from $15.40 to $15.65. That would amend 7 classifications as detailed in the resolution. Going on, we also ask that you change these, approve the adjusted salary schedules for 3 by 3% for 2 bargaining groups, Milpitas Employee Association and Professional Technical Group ProTech, effective July 4th. Also noting that the other 4 groups, including unrepresented there, have waived their salaries for 2021. So the salary schedules for those individual positions will not change. Next, please. So tonight we ask that the council open the public hearing and move to close the public hearing, follow any speakers. Next slide, please. Then moving on, adopt the following resolutions to approve and adopt the operating budget, also approving various financial actions, including contracts and payments over $100,000, amending the classification plans for the various positions enumerated previously, amending the classification plans for the hourly minimum wage, and then also for the salary schedules as item D. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. We're available for any questions you might have.
Excellent presentation, Lauren. Thank you so much. Very thorough, and you just captured just long periods of work by all our department directors and their respective teams, everybody here on this team tonight. And I'll save my thanks towards the end here. I want to go straight to the public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and open it. If there are no objections, hearing no objections, I'll move to open the public hearing. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now open. Let me go to our residents here. Okay, 2 minutes here. And first up, we have Voltaire Montemayor.
Thank you. I got unmuted. Yeah, thanks, Miss Lauren Lai. Enhancing, presentable, encouraging. The 2021 is being beat by 21-22, but the best was 12 and 13. 2012 to 2013, doesn't matter. I think we're focusing on the 2021 and 21-22 is impressive. Anyway, it's really meticulous. I can see, being me as a SDO, Special Disbursing Officer, and more regarding money. There are lots of interpolation, extrapolation, and the Gantt graph is very nice also, as I can see now. And then I printed the budget contracts. We're not neglecting the less than 100,000. It piles up also, but we concentrated of the over 1,000 payments and contracts. That's good. Now I can see for me the A, recovery and reserve is not R&R, but versus recovery versus reserve. And then the resources versus expenditures and more. I think the adopted proposed is exceeding by 11.4%. That's good. And then I saw the deficit. It's not really a deficit, it's exclamation, because it is the reserve and resources is greater than the expenditure. So thank you. A very good report. I move to get it adopted or approved. Thank you. I mean, I'm not moving. I go for the adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. All right. Okay. We are still here in the public hearing, accepting public comments. I do see a list of residents that are here with us tonight. And so please, as always, make yourself at home here at virtual City Hall in this case. And if you'd like to speak, we are always here for you. Just an incredible night here on June the 1st. This year sure has flown by. Okay, great. I don't see any further virtual raised hands. And if I hear no objections, I'm just going to go ahead and move to close this public hearing. Okay, I don't hear any objections. And so this public hearing is now closed. I thank everybody for their participation. I know we do have some attendees here, and I'm looking at the list and I see no virtual raised hands. So we'll bring this discussion back to the council here. since we've conducted the public hearing successfully. I'll go first here. I just want to say thank you to all our city staff who, from the city manager all the way through the organizational chart, did a fantastic job. This is clearly the best budget out of all my 5 years here so far. And I say that because we really faced great challenges as a community, really going back to last March. And I'm so proud of this organization. I talk to our city manager, Steve McHarris, all the time, how proud I am and of the people here, the professionals. And one of my key priorities working with Steve is, the employees. And I know that we always go above and beyond to ensure we're doing the best we can for this organization. And I want to thank the city manager's office, not just Steve. I want to thank Ashwini as well as Walter for their leadership throughout all the ranks of the directors and the departments. And every chief or department director came back to the city manager's office and they presented their budget. I know there were a lot of meetings, and that's why I'm just so thankful for all the employees for their public service for this community that we call home. We are residents here on the council that have a deep passion for the families and all the folks here in town, our small city that is so close to each other. And the city staff really put together a grade A budget. There were hard decisions made the hard decisions made by the city manager's office that I know the city council will really think hard about tonight as we approve the final budget. What else do I want to say? I just, one thing that happened to me recently, more of a personal thing. It was last week. It was a very difficult time for some folks in my extended family. And I remember I was in a group text. Won't go into all the details, but I was in a group text and I said, man, I love this family, but I love this family even more. I love this family on the best days, and I love this family even more on the worst days. And so as the city of Milpitas has gone through this COVID pandemic, I couldn't love this city government more than I have ever in the past, because everybody stepped up and was resilient and got to this point here on June the 1st. We've been talking about it for so many weeks and months, June, and now we're here and my heart is full. And so I want to just thank every single person on the city staff side. And I see your names and I can't wait to see you in person once we get back out. I do have one thing I'd like to bring to the council. I have spoken with the city manager about it multiple times, I would say, and it was in the presentation that Lauren, our director of finance, just delivered. And it was one position where I had some questions, the chief fire enforcement officer. And our city manager sent out a memo. He sent out a memo with further information, answers to some questions that I had. And I want to thank the city manager for always delivering, city manager's office as well, for always delivering on council's needs, my needs for information. I just have one thing for this budget, and I really want to advocate for the chief financial officer, the chief fire enforcement officer position here in town. It was about a year ago where I kind of think most of us sat here. Some of us are kind of newcomers, but that's great. And I raised the issue with raising the sales tax and really emphasizing it with our public safety. And I want to stand true to our Milpitas community and all the voters support me after all these elections, all these sales tax increases and hotel tax increases, and even school bond. This thousands of people, this whole community, every neighborhood has just put their faith in not just myself, but this city hall to put Milpitas dollar for dollar, pound for pound as one of the strongest cities in the whole county, if not the whole Bay Area or state of the country. But I want to stand true to my actions, and I want to advocate to keep the chief fire enforcement officer position because, that's what I went out to the neighborhoods and I said, we need Measure F to put public safety first. Councilmember Fan and I wrote a statement, I think, for the voters, and we just kept saying public safety, and that includes police and fire. Even going back further, it's interesting. I've been here long enough now. Back in January of 2017, I sat there as the young mayor, and this chief fire enforcement officer position went before me on the dais as an agenda item, and I voted yes for this position. And so I think today I want to stand true to what I believe in, my principles, my priority for public safety. I understand that we've made a lot of hard decisions and unfunded some positions, actually a couple dozen positions, but this is a position I'd like to continue. I know that in the city manager's memo, he stated some cost saving strategies on how fire prevention can do the job. But I know we got 3 out of those 4 positions filled. We have one of those positions vacant. And so I'm thinking we have 3 fire prevention folks, and then we have 1 chief fire enforcement officer. That's 4 personnel. And if we don't continue with the chief fire enforcement officer, that's not 4 personnel, it's 3 personnel. And I just think that maybe we should look at a cost savings with that 4th vacant fire prevention position and really rely on the chief fire enforcement officer position to really present that continuation of services to our community. Like the city manager's memo said, it is a unique position, and I've been thinking about that. And I think our city is unique, and anytime we can get a position like that is full of the expertise, it's only going to make our city safer. And I know we got a lot of challenges coming up with June 15th around the corner, and I know our city is going to do all we can to open safely. We got a lot of development here in town, and we talk about an economic recovery, but that comes with people. And I know that once the economic recovery happens, which I have full faith it will, we're going to see a rush of needs here in the city, including public safety. And so tonight is my plea, consistent with me in January 2017, consistent with me going out pushing for Measure F, and putting that on my back and putting that on my chest, and all the thousands of people that are with us, a part of this movement right now in City Hall. That's my plea tonight to see if the council will give their support so that we can keep the chief fire enforcement officer position and put public safety first and put Milpitas families first. I know we got some virtual raised hands. I do want to get some comments or even do a poll for my request here this evening before we go to each respected elected official. And so let me ask everybody to put their virtual raised hands down first. I know we're on Zoom, so I gotta round it up again. Everybody put their virtual raised hand down.
Mayor, sorry to chime in, only because we are on Zoom. If we are going to take just a poll, want to make sure we're Brown Act compliant. And one of the things that the Brown Act does specify is just a voice vote. So it might be easier if you were to just go down the line and just propose a question, I think, to the council and see if they give a yes or no.
Okay, that's fine. This is how it works, folks. There's 5 of us, but if there's any comment, this is a part of the agenda item positions. If there's any comment, I do want to hear some comment before we go to maybe some voices here. And so next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for bringing up Measure F. I know we asked a lot of the voters when we put that on the ballot. The biggest pitch was first responders, public safety, fire prevention, and we're at a point now where we're wrapping up the pandemic. The ballot measure, I think, was an initial response to the pandemic, and now as we wrap up the pandemic, we shouldn't overlook what our policy agenda was at the very beginning, all of these priorities that we set out. And that's why I completely agree with the mayor in regards to this position. I actually think that, well, one, I believe when we had the initial vote to create the position, I was the one that dissented, that was against it. But, fast forward 4 or 5 years, now I see the position as more relevant than ever. As businesses are trying to reopen safely, it's very easy to miss details. And if proper enforcement is not implemented, potential fire hazards can occur and really put the public at risk. Take a look at Fremont. Right? There was a big article that came out earlier last week where a fire burned a plaza, and there was a very popular laundromat, very popular restaurant, and those businesses are gonna have to be out of business for quite some time. I think at the end of the day, that could have been prevented with proper fire code enforcement. Ultimately, when it comes down to public safety, when it comes down to our first responders, our fire prevention, I just can't, in good conscience, approve a budget that doesn't accommodate to the policy priority areas that we set out at the very beginning of the pandemic. So those are my thoughts. I do concur with you there.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. And I appreciate your comments. And it is about a couple things. One, public safety is a priority. 2, I think just personnel is another way I'm looking at it. The basic math, going from 4 to 3 for the specialty here in our city government. And that 4th fire prevention position is just vacant. And I'd rather avoid vacant positions. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much for your comments. As you got me thinking as I'm listening to you in terms of vacant positions. I just want to clarify, vacant positions, according to the graph that we saw, are in also the Milpitas Police Department. I thought I saw 1 vacant position in the graph and in the documents that were presented. So I just want to confirm that this is also, that's still true, that we ended up not fulfilling that vacant position. as we move through this budget.
If you're referring to the fire prevention
No.
fourth, okay. We'll go city manager.
Thank you.
To answer your question, there are unfilled vacant positions identified in the police department.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. I just wanted to clarify if there was or wasn't any vacant positions in the Milpitas Police Department, because I thought I had seen one or two.
There are.
Oh, they
Lauren,
are.
do you have, was it, I hate to say, I don't want to guess the number.
I'm happy to jump in.
Yes.
In the police department, we have 86 filled sworn positions. We have 5 vacant positions that are at various stages of recruitment.
Okay. And then in terms with the police department, with the budget that's presented before us, we are not looking, are we leaving any of those open or vacant?
We have 2 positions that are defunded. Previously, on May 11th, we summarized, we have 2 police positions that we're defunding for 1 year.
Okay, thank you very much. With that said, I definitely hear the taxpayers that voted for Measure F, which was to put safety first. Those calls of service, I know that our officers are out there trying to make sure that they are making sure that they are responding as fast as they can. And so right now, I'm just a little conflicted based on the comments that I have heard. If I hear public safety, I'm very equal in terms of the fire department as well as the Milpitas Police Department. And I do have some areas of concern of, in terms of what is this going to do to that, to those 2 positions? How fair is it for both departments? And during this time, I do believe that it's critical for us to be fair across the board. Every department is doing something to make sure that we are all fulfilling our ability to move through COVID. And for me, those calls of service are critical. And so as I hear you, Mayor, talk, I'm not quite conveyed on the statement that you made in terms of your commitment, because and then if we were talking a commitment, then we would bring some of those MPD positions back as well. And that's not what I'm hearing. So thank you very much.
I appreciate your dialogue, and I want to make a point of information so that you have the clarity that you may seek. I think that we've given our 100% behind the police department. There's a couple positions that we sort of paused, but that's only because of the training. We have so many new officers we brought on board. It's a record over the last year or 2, thanks to our former police chief, Armando Corpus. We brought on so many. We have, I don't even think we have the bandwidth to train up all the new academy graduates. Let's go ahead and call in the chief of police, Jared Hernandez, please. Please shine some light for us all.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor, and Council members. It is true that we do have 5 vacancies. We are in various stages of recruitment with those positions. And it is also true that we have a lot of new officers in training and that there will be some challenges in training too many new people coming in.
Thank you very much, Chief. And yeah, I think I love that with this council. We definitely put public safety first, as our Director of Finance, Lauren, indicated on that pie chart. The numbers really do, they're really a testament to our consistent and continued dedication. And I think my proposal tonight is to continue to bolster our public safety and maintain the stability, maintain personnel that's already in place. Seeing how there is a 4th vacant fire prevention position, and we have an opportunity here tonight. I hope that we can maintain our institutional knowledge through that position, the highest level of expertise to that position, Chief Fire Enforcement Officer, and maintain our personnel numbers, staffing. And okay, next up we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. The things that I like about the budget is that it didn't touch ARPA. It didn't touch the reserve. It streamlined the process. And they reiterated, executive team, city manager reiterated, there's nothing in terms of any changes in our service delivery. We're still strong. And it made it stronger with the streamlining that the executive team has done. They streamlined the functions of the different departments. What does it mean? It means that they have the right functions in place to deliver the services that our residents deserve. That being said, I go with the recommendation of the city manager to eliminate this function because it's being done by something else. And to me, if the recommendation of the city manager is this way and no impact to the services to our community, then I will go with that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. All right, next up here with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I also appreciate the dialogue. And for point of clarification.
Let me pause there for a second. Vice Mayor, if you can mute your microphone, only when you're speaking, please, just because there's some feedback there. I want to be respectful for our colleagues. Back to you, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just point of clarification. I didn't need no clarification. I was just clearly expressing my concerns of how I am hearing the message and how my own personal perspective. When I see this budget, I do frankly believe that it's not that we have too many officers and that they didn't get trained or there's too many of them and they can't get trained all at the exact same time. I think there's more factors to that. And as the only council member that works in public safety, I am very well aware of how a law enforcement department works. And I could best assure you that our police department is doing everything that they can. But I could also rest assure you that no chief that I ever have known, including our own, will ever say, that's enough. We don't need any more. And so I think this city has seen the increases in crime, especially petty crime. We're seeing how, as a council, we could deliver extra services in addressing the crisis, the mental health crisis, and how we could be forward thinking and innovative with that. And I believe these positions, if your message is to restore public safety and stay with your commitment about Measure F, I find it hard. I do question why is it just at the Milpitas Fire Department and not the police department level, which you have answered, and we just have just a different perspective on. But I definitely just wanted to put some clarification that my thought process is definitely very clear, and that is where I'm having some issues with in terms of some of the statements that have been made and our commitment as a council when we moved Measure F into the ballot. And so what does that really mean to the everyday issues that everyday Milpitians are experiencing? And that includes those calls for service. And so that's my concern. Again, just thinking out loud and sharing my thoughts with my colleagues with no respective decision, but that's what I'm thinking and my perspective and my own sense of clarity around this issue. So thank you very much for the time.
Absolutely. We stand by our public safety departments. And I just want to get a quick sort of sub discussion with the Chief Fire Enforcement Officer position. With fire prevention, right now there's 4 personnel. Without Chief Fire Enforcement, it goes down to 3 personnel. And so that's kind of where I want to take this point of the meeting to focus on before we move on to the rest of the budget in its entirety. Next up with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. I definitely hear what everyone is saying. I think that, well, actually, when it comes to the ARPA funds, I would actually prefer that we utilize it for filling the positions that didn't make it to the budget this cycle. We can't. I don't believe we can legally use it to fill future reserves, unless there's a different legal opinion on that. But ultimately, I take a look at ARPA and I see a path forward that touches upon the positions that everybody mentioned here, particular to public safety and fire. I see them as public safety. I see them as first responders. And I think ultimately the community depends on them as such as well. So, you know, I don't think it's one of those things where, you know, it's either this position or that position. I think it's very well possible for us to fill the needs of all the relevant safety departments and still produce a balanced budget. And ultimately, I think that's the purpose of ARPA, so that we can have that sense of relief for municipalities to have that sense of relief from the, you know, aftermath of the COVID economy. I take a look at all the other cities that we use for our comparisons, and they didn't have to do layoffs because they relied on a small portion of the ARPA funds. Ultimately, ARPA consists of, what was it, up to 18 million, 17 or 18 million? And we only would need a very small portion of that to fulfill our safety needs, while still having the capacity to, you know, address future deficit expectations, while also addressing the other community needs. You know, there's an opportunity for us to really recover in a more holistic approach. It shouldn't just be certain aspects, because we're kind of all struggling, and we can be lifted together there. So, you know, I hear what both of you guys are saying. I think we can address both.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. And you said it, you know, I think we can address both. Next up here with the virtual raised hand, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that Laura Lee, I am so, every time you speak and do a presentation, I am always so impressed. I'm telling you, you are thorough, and you explain all the details so that the public can understand, you know, the budget, finances. So I commend you. I am so happy that you are part of our Milpitas family. With that, you explained the budget very well, and I always, this is one of the things that I'm so, I'm really stern on this, that we, and you mentioned this, that we have to have fiscal discipline, fiscal management, and fiscal and financial stability. And this budget is one of the best ones I've ever seen in quite a while. And I know that executive management, you guys all work as a team to come up with a good budget that is fair. And from my understanding, I don't think that this position that the mayor is talking about is going to be laid off. I think it's transfer or something to that effect. But I
do
agree.
point of information. I do point of information.
I agree.
No, it's not.
What is it?
respectfully, it's not being transferred.
Well, something to that effect. The thing is, the budget is all factual. There's nothing, it's all, it makes sense. It's a give and take situation. And the primary role of the city manager is to make sure that we have a budget, a budget that is sound. And I agree with Councilmember Chua. This budget is streamlined, and hoping in the future that it will improve, things will improve. But I am with my city manager. I'm confident that he's making the right decisions where to put the pieces of the puzzle to make this a sound budget. Because first and foremost, our citizens are the ones that come first to me. And this budget, it's a sound budget for our citizens, for the citizens of Milpitas. And that's why I stand with my city manager, our city manager, on this budget.
No, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Sometimes we're going to vote different. That's okay. I'll still have dinner with you, but I think for me, I want to focus on the public safety. And I think my position tonight on this position is about putting public safety first. This is a sort of a peace officer position, fire prevention position in one. The credentials and certifications of the position are unmatched. And I'm so proud of, at least my voting record going back January 2017, as indicated by the city manager's memo. We're in a recession. Hard decisions are being made one way or the other. I'll tell you what, if we weren't going through this COVID, maybe we wouldn't be having this discussion about this position right now, or any position, to say the least. Public safety is putting the residents first, and it's intertwined. And so I do appreciate your position. I'm going to vote tonight, or on this, or give my support to this position, because it makes Milpitas safer, and the math makes sense to me. We have sort of 4 positions that are related to fire prevention. If this position is eliminated, it goes down to 3 positions. That's sort of a 25% decrease in the service. Now there is a 4th vacant fire prevention position, but that thing's been vacant. And it's going to take, it'll take some time to fill that up. And I just want to maintain the continuity of the service levels that we have right now. And it's really at a level of excellence. I'm proud of every vote, every position. We're all going to vote different. I'm going public safety tonight. Next up with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Dominguez. I'll request your microphone. I'm not sure. Your microphone, please. Okay. Councilmember Dominguez, your microphone. Maybe IT can help.
There it is. Thank you so much. For some reason, it wasn't working, but definitely I hear what my colleagues are saying. I definitely respect Vice Mayor Carmen Montano, as well as Councilmember Chua's position. The facts are in the memo. And as I'm reading the memo again, as I'm listening everyone speak, again, for me, it's a safety issue in terms of both our respected fire department and our police department. In terms of the money, we would need a continuing stream of income to keep up with this position, even if we invested some ARPA funds, which I don't believe is something that our city could afford long-term. I do want to echo some of the sentiments of Councilmember Chua. Services are not going to get cut. That service is still going to be there. And there's other cities that don't have this position. So I do want to put trust in our city manager because he has gotten us this far. And I trust Steve. And Steve has directed the city through some of the toughest times. And I do believe that he is looking at this from the best for our community. The memo is fact driven. And so because it's so fact driven, it's for me, it's still trying to figure out the PD positions. And that's where I'm at. I'm really concerned about what are we going to do with the PD positions? How are we going? We don't have the money to long-term sustain from the ARPA funds, and that's just unfortunate. But I do believe that this individual is not losing their job from what I've been told, and the service is still going to continue. And so I want to put faith in our city manager that he looked at everything to try to really help make us make this decision as hard as it is. And so that's where I stand. I'm all for public safety. I've always been. I do it every single day, literally more than 12 hours a day. And I'm really trying to look from the outside in for those tax dollars and for the votes that we got on Measure F, and to ensure that it's invested to the safety programs that our city needs. And right now, some of the programs that our city needs, I just don't see it in the fire perspective. I see it in the police department. Again, it's the mental health crisis. It's how are we dealing with those calls of service, is making sure that those calls of service are being answered and that come directly to a 911. And so for me, I am having, it's in terms of consciousness and to vote my consciousness and my values of fairness, transparency. I'm finding it difficult to justify why one position but not the others. And I am very well aware of how this could move forward. This is not the final decision. This is to move the budget forward. And then we're going to be having another discussion on ARPA. And so I feel that this decision today is to move forward a budget that our city manager has presented and someone that we have all put our trust in. And so I definitely hear Vice Mayor Carmen Montano, I'm listening, and Council Member Chua, I definitely, I'm listening to some of the comments that you're sharing with us, which are very important to me for a lot of different reasons. And I think that those perspectives are respected. Differences of perspective is also respected. For me, it's just a vote of consciousness on behalf of our constituents and our taxpayers, and ensuring that public safety moves directly with those 911 calls, which is with our police department. And so I'm having that, for me, is my justification in terms of I want to hear if there's any more comments out, but at this point, that is my thought process. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. Yeah, you know, each of us, all of us individually, are going to vote different sometimes. That's okay. But, you know, I want to put my faith in the city manager as well, Steve. You know, Steve's recommendations are trusted, I think, by all of us. Maybe I should speak for myself. But Steve, you know, I was made aware about the police positions, the police officer positions. I was made aware that even if we wanted to fund them, the bandwidth isn't there. So if I'm, you know, I want to put I want to go with the city manager right now and his recommendation. I want to put my continued faith in Steve right now. So Steve, maybe you can help me, because I don't want to get it wrong, because I do support the police department. Can you please help me understand, are we not doing all we can with these positions, or
Yes, Mayor.
it
Yes,
sounds like funding
yeah.
officer positions, is that? I'm not sure.
I think we're talking about two entirely different departments and different services here and different situations. So really can't compare it apples to apples. All I'm hearing is that, yes, there are positions that are not being filled. And when you're relying on myself, you're also relying on your chiefs. And your chiefs have reported out to you in the police side that the budget, the positions in the budget, the way they're presented to you, are adequate. And on the police side, is really all they can handle. They're not asking, there was a comment about not saying no, but there is not a no permanently, a no this fiscal year on the police side. So they didn't shut the door to a position being eliminated or discarded in perpetuity. On the fire side, it is just one position, and it is, as we've discussed, in the fire prevention side. And that is a position that is all laid out. I won't go into the details because the details are all in that memo. There's a number of layers of information in that memo from you. So
I'm just
I trust
inquiring
you.
about the police side solely.
Police side is, as I pointed out, that the positions are not permanently put aside. They're just put aside for this year, and that's the way our acting police chief has described that, and it's been presented to you in the budget. So for this year, those positions would not be filled, but it's not to say they wouldn't be in the following year.
Okay, great. Again, I just want to put my faith into the city manager and the city council, that we are supporting police as much as possible. We've had so many budget meetings over the last few months, and I've expressed very clearly, I do not want to see a drop off in police staffing. And it's the city manager's office that informed me that, certainly there's no drop off. It's really that the bandwidth, even if we wanted to fund positions, maybe possibly the training aspect. Now, I've been a part of other organizations in uniform, and certainly the police department is unique in its own, but I want to make sure I got my facts straight here, because this is almost a couple $100 million here, and $195 million we're approving. So maybe someone can help me. I just want to make sure there's some clarity. If someone can provide some answers.
Would you like to hear from our acting police chief?
Well, yeah, I'll go down the chain of command. That's the appropriate way.
Yeah, maybe he can say it a little more clearly than I have.
Yes, so what's being said is very accurate. We have added recently several new police officers. When it comes to the freezing of the positions, what the discussion was to freeze those positions just for 1 year. I can't talk about what's going to happen a year from now. I very well may need those positions at that time. What I'm confronted with is a situation where our upper administration has all retired, and a lot of the people that were our training officers have promoted through the ranks as well, so they're unavailable as training officers. So my bandwidth to train new officers as we go into this next fiscal year is limited. I cannot sit here and tell you that I can agree to giving up these positions long-term, but what I can tell you, knowing that I already have 5 vacancies and that I expect to fill those 5 vacancies, that's not including the 2 positions to be frozen. So I'm looking at it from a bandwidth perspective and what's realistic, being a good partner with my other amazing executive team here in the city, and making sure that we're doing something that's equitable for everybody. And what's equitable is, or what's factual, is that I don't know that I can train all of those new people within this fiscal year that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I really appreciate the info, and I hear your voice, and so I appreciate the information very respectfully. Next up here, Council Member Fan with the virtual raised hand.
I have a lot of confidence in our police chief. I think that he does have the ability to take on the new trainees, the new positions. I certainly believe in him. And at the same time, I do want to make sure that he can comfortably lead the city through our public safety challenges. That said, having that sense of security, though, knowing that the positions are budgeted, should you need to fill the positions, I would imagine would bring a sense of comfort. You don't have to fill them immediately, but at some point, there may be a time when you will need that, and you will feel ready, and you'll have additional support by that time. But I want to make sure that our police department have the resources available at their disposal, so that we can continue to keep this a safe community. When I think about bandwidth, I would imagine that bandwidth to be stretched further should the fire position not exist, because that position is unique in the sense that it intersects between fire and police. It's not just fire prevention, it's also enforcement. It's investigating arsons and other fire crimes. So if anything, public safety is further strengthened by that position. So ultimately, my thoughts are that we can still fund public safety and fund the fire position while balancing the budget, and that's what I would advocate for here tonight.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Fan, and I think there's some passion here for public safety with Measure F in the back of our minds and the forefront of our hearts. The city did an incredible thing to raise the sales tax for the first time in I don't know how long, and for us, I think as a city, to reduce public safety staffing levels is just ironic. Measure F is really about putting safety first, and I think that's a big motivation for me to maintain our staffing levels. I think just looking at the value of that and what that means to our community. But I want to do a poll for the record for the Chief Fire Enforcement Officer and kind of continuing it and funding it into the next fiscal year, maintaining our fire prevention staffing level at 4 personnel rather than 3 personnel, knowing that 4th fire prevention officer fire prevention position is vacant and has been vacant. Let me check in with the city manager. I know I talked to you earlier, Steve. How long has that 4th fire prevention position been vacant?
The position.
Do we got info on that one?
Yeah, the position was established just a couple of years ago, and it has not been filled. And the reason may lie in the fire department. I'd have to ask the fire department.
Yeah, I know it's kind of
explain why they didn't, immediately fill that position.
Yeah, kind of a question there, but I want to ask it. It's the biggest night in Milpitas, folks. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching the balancing of the budget.
It was approved in the Mayor, I just want to let you know it was approved in the 1920 budget.
Okay, you're right. And so it was vacant for a fiscal year, and so that's my key concern, going from 4 personnel down to 3 for that expertise in public safety. I'd rather get rid of that vacant, unfund that vacant position and maintain 4 personnel. There's cost savings there.
Mayor, I was thinking about this a little further. As you recall, after we approved that, then we had COVID, and that's when we started holding back on filling positions and freezing positions. So that certainly had I don't
Thank
think we need the fire department to explain that.
You know, I don't need to explain, you know, that's my fear. That's my fear. It's already challenging to go through recruitment and then to recruit new personnel, especially for an expertise like that when fire prevention is the #1 issue in California right now. Well, one of the top issues, not #1, but you know, fire prevention is definitely a big issue here in the state, and to find the right professionals to come in to fill that vacant position that's been vacant for a fiscal year or more. You know, I think I explained that a little bit earlier. That's my concern. We currently have 4 personnel, including the fire enforcement officer, and to unfund it, we're down to 3, and we're losing one of those folks with really the certifications. And so, you know, that being said, I do want to be efficient with tonight's meeting. So I just want to, for the record, do a poll to see who's in support of the chief fire enforcement officer position within fire prevention under the umbrella of public safety. And so I'm looking to advocate for that position here tonight. I'll go down the line. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Abstain.
Councilmember Chua.
Nay.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Nay.
And myself is an aye. And so the poll reflects itself. I want to thank everybody for their time. You know, this was a proposal of mine. And I really appreciate each of you for considering my proposal. And I appreciate your time, most importantly. So I do see a virtual raised hand. Not sure. Councilmember Fan.
Mayor Trana, I would ask that you bring your proposal back again when we discuss the ARPA funds.
No, absolutely, I will. If it fits,
That's another opportunity.
it is another opportunity. And so I'll go ahead and ask the city manager if there are no objections to place it on next week's agenda, and we can have a discussion and do some further exploration. No objections. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Okay, great. Yeah. Maybe some one-time funding, huh? Okay. Okay, great. Well, I want to get back to the agenda item, everybody. I gave it my best, and I know everybody else did too, but I want to get back to the balance in the budget here. You know, I kind of started off by thanking everybody in the organization, the city of Milpitas, for all their hard work. Not a day goes by where I don't take the elevator up to the 4th floor and walk down the stairs to the 3rd floor, from, you know, up top with the engineers, walking down to finance and Office of Economic Development, and the Department of Economic Development and Department of Engineering, and walk over to city clerk's area and city manager's area, go downstairs to fire prevention on the 1st floor. That's always been pretty neat. Going over to the police department, or hearing about the police department in the community, the fire department as well. I don't want to, backtrack here to Public Works. The cruising by Public Works and being on the yard, seeing folks, information technology, IT department. I know they're always in there working on so many different things. And just all the departments. You know, I got so much love for everybody for dedicating their careers in public service to this home we call Milpitas. And this budget, with all the great things in it, it's going to really shine out in the community. Folks are really going to live it and see it and breathe it and taste it and all sorts of things next fiscal year. I'm so excited. This is one of the best budgets. Yeah, I got to give it the title right now. You know, it's COVID, and this really is the best budget. Very minimal, but it's the quality of it, and the sacrifices and all the hard work. You know, I think Chief Hernandez mentioned it earlier, you know, a lot of his decisions aren't just for his department, but for the city as a whole. And that's the mindset and the attitude that I think we all want from each department when they're putting others ahead of themselves. And I'm so grateful. This has been an incredible time for me. A lot of people know my story as your mayor over the last several years. And I want to thank the city council. I want to thank Vice Mayor Montano for her constant engagement. You know, she's the vice mayor, and I work with her more than any other council member due to the Brown Act. And I confide in Carmen for all sorts of help. I want to thank Councilmember Chua for kind of being a fresh voice on the council here and making decisions independently, you know, and with you know, moral and integrity. I want to thank Councilmember Dominguez for her perspective. It certainly helps me to listen and to learn. And I want to thank Councilmember Fan, who, you know, we've kind of grown together over these last 5 years to where we are now. And then I want to round it out to the city manager, Steve. You know, we've had a lot of hard discussions over the past few months. I'm not sure how much you shared with your team over there, but you know, we've had some hard discussions, and you've made all the hard decisions. And so as I'm here tonight, joining my colleagues to approve this budget, our number one job, balancing the budget, I can't thank you enough, Steve. You know, you're that city manager that this city's needed for so long, and the employees have a lot of faith in you, and I hear it from them. And you mean very much. And so to all the department directors and chiefs and things, we see you, and we know what a strong role you play here in our local government. So I want to thank all of you, folks that have been with me on day one, all the way until even with the newer folks who are doing exceptional. And our city manager sure knows how to pick the best leaders. And so that's all my comments for tonight with item number 8. I want to go to my colleagues. We can go down the line. I want everybody to have their input on this budget. I'm sure the media is watching. You might get some good quotes out there. So virtual raised hands, please. Some final remarks. We've already done the public hearing. Some final remarks here for the budget. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just for note of the record, I'm probably going to have to turn my camera off. It looks like I'm having some internet bandwidth and it's freezing. So pardon that you'll only see my name on the screen, but I definitely want to just thank staff and our colleagues here on this dais. I am honored to serve with all of you. Councilmember Fan, your expertise are always something that make me think extra and definitely have that moral compass in my decisions. Mayor, you definitely have allowed me to grow in a way that I have never grown in my life. And so I thank you for your service and for, at the end of the day, we both know we have the same goal in mind, which is to make sure we move Milpitas forward. Councilmember Vice Mayor Montano, I definitely appreciate your hindsight and historical perspective as we moved through this budget and these challenging times with, definitely your input on how it's been done before, since you have already experienced this before. And so this has been one of the most challenging seasons that I have ever seen in my life working in government in one capacity or the other. And Councilmember Chua, I definitely appreciate your forward thinking and your videos. I definitely, they're different, they're innovative, and I think they bring some different light to this council. And with that, to our city attorney and all of our staff, it's been one heck of the year. And I just felt like I needed to say something. What you guys have done for the city of Milpitas is honorably something that I will never forget. You have moved this city forward in a way that honestly I was a little bit concerned when we started seeing the first budget meetings. But look at us now. We're definitely on our way to thriving, and we're going to do that together. And so, Steve, what can I say? You definitely are a leader that I admire and I respect. And what you have done for the city is definitely not something, as the mayor always says, it's going to go down in the history books, but it's going to be remembered when other cities are also going through their budget process and they talk about Milpitas, because I often hear how much praise we're getting for how we're overcoming this pandemic. And so I look forward in rebuilding and moving the city forward as we move through, hopefully, voting through to support this budget. So thank you very much, all. I really appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. Looking for any further virtual raised hands before we go to towards the approval of item number 8. Our number one job is to balance the budget. Now would be a good time to comment. Next up, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just want to thank everybody as well, just like Councilmember Dominguez said. On the other hand, I do have a question to Lauren. And Lauren, can we go straight to the resolution?
Yes, which resolution would you like us to bring up?
The A and B. It's on page 71 of the packet.
Is it 1B? IT or Rochelle would need to help. Is it amending the plan classifications?
Right. It's about amending resolution number 1626. The A is the financial actions by the city manager, including approving and authorizing the execution of various contracts over 100,000.
Yes,
I have a question on that one. Did you?
Okay,
did you see
super. Yes, can IT bring it up? It's exhibit 1A to the resolution, exhibit 2 to the resolution, contracts and payments above $100,000. Is that correct, Councilwoman?
That's correct. That's correct. That's the one.
It's exhibit 2.
Can you expound on that for me before I ask my questions? The A first.
Yes, this represents contracts below $100,000 or payments over $100,000, primarily related to utilities, you'll see there. And then our JPA plan insurance, you'll see there. So a lot of these are recurring in nature. Subsequently, we also have areas within CIP in public works. You'll see there in public works, and then county-wide services where we collaborate with the County of Santa Clara or the City of Sunnyvale in various areas. And so these are standing services. So to be efficient, we put these in summary for council approval rather than bringing some of these back individually as agenda reports for council approval. None of these require a formal bidding process for public works bids. So again, we do this for purposes of efficiency. Otherwise, all of these would manifest into an agenda report on the council's agenda in the next 12 months. And most of them are recurring in nature. If you look at the scope of work there, they're public safety, utility, insurances, some design work for various CIP projects. And again, these design works do not require a bidding process and or within the CEQA requirements as well.
What happened if there's a material change? I mean,
can you give
said it's a recurring, it's kind of like we're approving it automatically without looking at what level of service we got. That's my concern.
All right, so perhaps we can go through it a little bit more closely and we can perhaps narrow or minimize the concern that you have. So maybe we could start at the top. So what we're looking at here is municipal services. building services related to various programs that we have existing already. We have our JPA, which is for insurances, utilities you see there. So these are recurring in nature. And then again, down below on page 2 of the exhibit, these are existing or leveraged relationships with the county, with various cities already. So are there specific areas you'd like to?
What happened if there's a material change? What happened if that something happens? I mean, and then we just automatically just approve these things?
The city manager working with the department head and the city attorney's office would still scope and work on these contracts and payments. So council authority of this does not waive our staff due diligence in the process.
Okay, well, what about the 1B?
1B, on the same exhibit, Councilwoman?
Yes. It's the classification plan to authorize the city manager to authorize additional positions and amend budgeted allocated positions.
Okay, so these were previously summarized in the last council meeting on May 11th. Right. So maybe we can bring that up so everyone can view it.
So my concern is, I'm looking for transparency. I mean, you see what I'm saying? If you're amending resolution 1626, and this is like an automatic thing, authorizing additional positions without going through the city council, then I have a problem with this.
Okay, let's bring that resolution up. I think it's really important that we explain to all council members and also to the public the legislative document that's being presented for adoption. So if I may get assistance to bring up the resolution that's in the packet, that would be resolution 1B, attachment 1B, please. And if we can zoom in a little bit so we could read the now therefore section. So I'll go through this section. What council is being asked to amend is the positions being changed below. So authorizing the addition of the 1 maintenance 3 worker on May 11th. We talked about the utility locator services contract being eliminated and taking some of that contract saving and restoring the maintenance 3 worker to restore that function that previously existed in the city. So that's under action A. So that's the 1 add. Going on to section B, we talked about eliminating 3 positions, namely the city attorney, admin assistant, chief fire enforcement officer, and the planning manager. Then also on May 11th, we summarized all the defunded positions, making up the net 11 positions that we're changing altogether here, net 10. So these are the defunded positions that we had previously summarized on May 11th. As you could see there, and also importantly is in public safety, the 4 defunded firefighter positions and the two police officer positions are defunded for 1 year. Also noted there, a human resources technician defunded to December 31 and the IT systems specialist defunded to June 30th. So these were summarized on May 11th as well. If we go down just a little bit further, we also talked how important it was for us to manage, pause right there, please, to manage and provide minimal impact to the city in terms of services and reorganization. So there were 2 positions in the planning department that we reallocated. Right there, as you could see in the section B, we're reallocating 2 planner positions to associate planner and junior planner because we're eliminating the planning manager position. Last but not least, as we reorganize the CSA for the city manager, city attorneys, and the city clerk's office. We also needed to flex one position, and in doing so, we're transferring half of a office assistant between the city clerk and the city manager. So I don't know if me summarizing it brings back a little bit of May 11th discussion. On
Yeah,
section,
I missed it on. So my question now is, so the amendment to the resolution to amend this 1A and 1B is just for this specific the first slide, the specific projects, and for these specific positions, correct?
Correct. The position control is one of the most important budget legislative documents. So we go through very detailed and laborious exercise to delineate every minute change. And that's what's being summarized here in this resolution.
So
this basically represents an extension of the budget, financial assumptions, right? In order to balance the budget, we made these changes to positions, which were summarized on May 11th.
For the 1A,
I
think the only thing I see there is just changing the way you report this instead of putting it on consent. How is it going to be reported? I mean, how do we know this is going on as a council?
Are you referring to these position changes?
No, that too, and the one before. I'm concerned about the over $100,000 projects that can go through without transparency to the council and to the residents.
By way of the transparency is accomplished by way of this exhibit being provided in detail. If we look at the exhibit again, you'll see it's very transparent relative to the department, to the vendor, to the purpose.
No, I'm looking at transparency in terms of when it's done.
All right, if I may, if you'll excuse me, I do want to provide some help if I could. Well, it's online. It's a part of the agenda report. It doesn't show up. I know you're accustomed to seeing it on the actual agenda, but it's on the agenda report because there's so many line items. But if it can help, I can ask for our city staff to add it to our finance subcommittee going forward as well. The council is voting on it tonight, and so it is going through the council. Much of it routine expenditures, but if I can ask, please send it over to the vice mayor, and I will review it as a part of the finance subcommittee as well.
Okay.
So that there's further eyes, and there is absolute transparency. It's just so many line items. I mean, how many line items are, Lauren, how many line items are there? I mean, it's got to be like what?
Thousands.
Yeah, there's thousands. And so
maybe on top of that, I think, Mayor, I would like to see on a monthly basis that there is a report that goes to the city council as part of the agenda.
We can absolutely do that. Yeah.
Right.
Just the finance subcommittee report, please send that to the council as well, and we'll add these line items as well.
Thank you. Thank you,
yeah,
Mayor.
you got it. You can have every line item. I mean, they'll send you a whole cart full of binders to your office.
Don't send it to me. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Mayor. I think that will appease me because it's there. It's being reported. It's not just happening. That's my concern. Okay. Thank you.
That's actually another improvement from you, Councilmember Chua, for us to just put our eyes on it, review it furthermore, as we already do very much. But the more the better. I don't know. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. Can we pull up the slide of the positions to defund?
This slide, or will that resolution be okay? The resolution that we were just
Yeah, that's
looking at,
fine.
council
You can-
member. So if we can have assistance pulling up the resolution again relative to the defunded positions. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm not sure if today is the appropriate time to discuss if these funds can be, if any of these positions can be funded by ARPA. Because I don't want it to be the case that since we already had the discussion on the operating budget, that any conversations that come forward after that, it is not relevant because the budget's already approved. So is that something you can clarify?
I'll jump in really quick. I think ARPA is really one-time funding, maybe 2 times year over year, couple years. But I think a lot of these positions we're looking at right now, my friend, Councilmember Fan, I think these are positions that maybe we're looking to be permanent. Unfortunately, this looks like the 24 positions that we had to eliminate, right? Planning manager, other positions. These are the ones that are part of that 23 3/4 positions, FTEs. If we bring them back, I don't know. I say we take this list and bring it over to next Tuesday for ARPA. If that's the goal, I think hearing from you. Yeah.
That would bring me more comfort.
Yeah.
Because I understand that we have to make decisions that may be more permanent than other decisions. But at the end of the day, I see like each line as individuals with families, and it's never safe after council meetings because a lot of the time, no matter how much we try, at the end of the day, sometimes you can't make everyone happy. I think this is one of those times for me that really reflects that sentiment. And I didn't start public service to do to do people wrong, or rather to cut opportunities. And so, if this is part of what we're voting for tonight, I can't in good conscience vote for any layoffs. But if we are opening the pathway to revisit this, as you mentioned, at the future council meeting, where we may have some room here and there while meeting the federal guidelines, and still keep the positions funded, even if it's just for a year. the expectation is for the economy to be better. I believe that we will bounce back, and that our collective economy as a whole will rebound, and that we will have the resources in the future to fund these services. But in the meantime, any relief is going to go a long way for for these employees and their families. So that's my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councilor.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Yeah, let me pull up Steve, our city manager here. He exit out of this presentation mode. It's hard for me to see folks, but we can exit out of the presentation mode. I do hear an echo. Vice Mayor, I'm going to ask you to please mute your device. It's causing some interference with the sound. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. No, I want to ask Steve. Steve, can we bring back that list, that the 23 3/4 positions, if we can bring it back next Tuesday, so we can have just a discussion, a healthy discussion, what positions may be eligible under ARPA, and that way we can have a discussion. Is that too much to ask in 1 week?
No, we have the list. You saw it, so we'll just bring it back, and we can certainly comment on if there's some technical reasons. Yeah, technical eligibility issues, we can certainly comment on that for you.
Yeah, definitely. Just have us prepared to make the decisions like you always do. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to go to the virtual raised hands. We're still on the biggest agenda item of the whole fiscal year, item number 8 tonight, here in June 2021. I want to look for some virtual raised hands. I know the Vice Mayor had the microphone on hot for a bit. Maybe the Vice Mayor wanted to chime in. If not, that's okay. So I think we're getting towards the approval of agenda item number 8. I want to continue to give all the credit and support to our excellent professionals in City Hall and across the city of Milpitas, our city staff, from Building and Safety, Sharon Goey and her team, the City Attorney's Office, Christopher Diaz. Let us not forget, everything goes through legal. The City Clerk, Wendy Wood, just a tremendous start. Wendy, we are thankful that you're here and providing really the clerk's presence to the community. And I know when the residents come in back safely to City Hall, they'll be happy to see you and get to know you. The City Manager's Office, going alphabetical order here. Steve, Ashwini, and Walter, just a trifecta. I know that any council request or direction that goes into that office, there's going to be production coming out of there. It's just a tremendous, I think, chemistry even that a lot of folks feel in the city manager's office making those executive decisions. For economic development, Alex Andrade. Okay. Oh, you might have had it the worst these last 12 months here with the businesses and struggling, and the council putting so much passion into our local economy. Alex Andrade, just major kudos. Underrated, if I may say. People need to understand what you do. It's tremendous. From engineering, Steve Erickson, thank you. And I gotta say Steve Chan too. He's around a lot. Great. From finance, Lauren Lai. You heard it from my colleagues. You got here and you hit the ground running. And I know that your future in Milpitas will be great, and we all really appreciate you. And from fire, our acting chief, Rick Frawley, I think Rick's leadership, chief's leadership is strongly felt throughout that department and our city and our residents. Thank you, Chief Frawley. From HR, Janine, for all the collective bargaining and just really hitting the ground running too. I know Janine's kind of really settled here now, and Janine's doing a great job. And I'm hearing a lot of positive feedback from our unions. And so I really appreciate you, Janine. I hope you're going to stick with us for a very long time. From IS, Mike Liu. Okay, let's give you a thumbs up, I guess. Yeah. No, Mike's great. Recreation and community services. I know when we refer to this department, to my colleagues, always put in the community, because recreation is nothing without community. And Renee Lorenzen over there with the Recreation and Community Services Department, just all the work you did for the seniors and ensuring their well-being, like you have for many years, but especially through COVID. It's been wonderful, and I can't wait to see some of the things we're funding in this budget that you're going to be spearheading, like the holiday season ice skating rink and all the activities for Main Street revitalization. And I know you're going to work with our council and the vice mayor to really execute that. So Renee, thank you. From Planning and Neighborhood Services, Ned Thomas. Yeah, I think planning packs a punch in Milpitas, and Ned's professionalism has been really very powerful, I think, based on my observations. From the police department, acting chief Jared Hernandez. You're one of our favorites here, so continue doing what you're doing and just your responsiveness. And I know you got a lot of support and you're lacking nothing. So just fortunate to have you as our acting police chief. For Public Works, Tony Enda. Okay, Tony. I miss seeing Tony in the meetings. I always give him like sort of a big handshake when I see him, but tremendous work you're doing. Just looking at the dollars we spend here in the city, if we're going to be talking about the budget, we're sending a lot of dollars your way. And then last but not least, I got to say purchasing is Mr. Schroeder still here? I think I don't talk to purchasing ever. I never email him. Is Mr. Schroeder, is he, or is it, did he retire? Or, I don't even know who's there.
He is still with the city.
Okay, I know. I don't see his name on the attendees. Is he here?
He's not here at the meeting.
Oh, see, he gets the pass, huh? He gets the pass, huh? He has his own department, right? Purchasing. But nah, everybody knows Mr. Schroeder. I call him Mr. Schroeder. He's someone I really appreciate. But what I'm trying to say is you all have done a tremendous job. Your departments were funded last fiscal year, and you took that money and you delivered for our residents. Some of you went above and beyond with unexpected duties and things. So as we approve this budget tonight, I, along with my city council here, the strongest leaders here in town, these are the best 5 that are out there right now. These are the best 5 elected officials in Milpitas right now. And I will say that. And you can mark my words. And so truly passionate council members that are working with the city manager to put this budget together. And it's because of all of you directors and chiefs and departments and all your staff that have made this happen. So, I want to really, I really want to dedicate this year's budget approval, the balance of the budget, balancing the budget. I want to give it, kind of, I want to honor our city staff with it this year, because they're the ones that made it happen. And I want to recognize our city staff 100% for all their hard work. There's a lot that went into it. So with that being said, I'm going to stop talking. And who wants to make the motion for number 8?
So move.
Just to clarify for the record, that would include the adoption of all 4 resolutions in your agenda packet.
Yes, thank you. We got a motion by the vice mayor. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Chua. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
just a quick point of clarification. If what we talked about is included in the motion.
Oh, for next week's American Rescue Plan meeting?
Yeah, if the positions, that list is not included in the action tonight.
So to my understanding, those positions you have concerns about, we're going to take a fresh look at them next week for the American Rescue Plan Act special city council meeting. But tonight, for the purpose of agenda item 8 tonight, we're going to approve the agenda item as it's stated on tonight's agenda. Is that good for you?
I was hoping with the exclusion of that list, so that we can still revisit it next week.
No, no, I hear what you're saying. Those the unfunding, I shouldn't say elimination, but the unfunding of those positions are one with the agenda item. We can't remove it due to kind of the fiscal impact. But I want to give you our full faith and my full faith that we're going to take a fresh look at those positions next Tuesday with different funding.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. I appreciate your faith and confidence in your colleagues. We're gonna have that discussion strongly next Tuesday. So great. So I'll go down the list again with the virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. Item number 8 is approved. The motion is carried. Thank you again, everybody. I can't say thanks enough. Just a huge night getting that done. So let's move on to item number 9. Let's conduct a public hearing and introduce ordinance number 227.8, amending chapter 215, regulation of smoking in certain places, folks, title 5, public health, safety, and welfare of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to prohibiting smoking in multi-unit housing and certain outdoor areas and making findings of CEQA exemption. All right, I've been looking for this item to get here, and it's here finally tonight. I'm so excited. We have here on the agenda from our planning department, our director, Ned Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor Tran, members of the council. Congratulations on the last item on the budget. Great. Quickly to this next item, which I know you have been waiting for a while. We have our principal planner, Jay Lee, here tonight to present the staff report. This is a grant-funded project that was done by the planning department in conjunction with the Department of Recreation Service and Community Services. And as Jay will explain, it's primarily to address the adverse impacts of secondhand smoking in multifamily housing and at public events. And as I said, I'll turn the time over to Jay for the details, and then we're both here to help answer questions. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm happy to be here, and I'm here to introduce the smoke-free ordinance. And for the outline, I will first provide a brief introduction and also the background, then summarize all of our public engagement efforts, then go over the key policy recommendations, and conclude with implementation and enforcement. All right, and this was all made possible by the county's Healthy Cities program, which promotes policies and practices to increase access to tobacco-free and smoke-free communities, recreation, physical activity, safe walking and biking opportunities, and healthy food and beverage environments. On November 2018, Milpitas received funding through this program to implement smoke-free policies. And in March of last year, Council authorized staff to develop policy options to limit smoking in multi-unit properties. Since then, after some research and looking at what other cities are doing and more thought, we've expanded the scope to include entryways and service areas of non-residential developments and also public events. And before moving on, I do want to emphasize that Santa Clara County has been a great partner in this effort. We received a lot of help and guidance and resources from the county, including a consultant to assist with every step in the process. I believe both the county's liaison, Don Tran, and consultant Leslie Zellers are with us today to offer support. All right, next slide, please. So quickly, the goals of this ordinance were to align with broader countywide initiatives. And in large part due to the county's efforts, this push for smoke-free communities is the general direction among cities in the county. The second goal was to support general plan policies. The recently adopted general plan includes a community health and wellness element, which prioritizes physical health, mental well-being, and equity. It includes a couple of goals related to this effort. First, to promote a comprehensive and diverse approach to community health and wellness by supporting healthy habits and reducing health disparities. The second goal is to reduce the harmful impacts of alcohol, tobacco, and drug use on individuals, families, and the larger community by reducing second and third-hand tobacco smoke and vaping, and limiting smoking and vaping of all products. The next goal is, of course, to meet the community's needs. There is widespread public support, as shown by the survey and outreach results, which I will go over quickly later. Also, another goal is to provide clarity for property owners, tenants, businesses, and employees. And lastly, to reduce the harmful effects on vulnerable populations, which I'll discuss next. Next slide, please. I won't belabor this point, but the associated health problems are asthma, heart disease, cancer, and sudden infant death syndrome. It is also the #1 preventable cause of death and disease in the US. Also, it's important to know that there is no safe level of secondhand smoke exposure. And this has been an even greater concern during COVID, where more people are stuck indoors. Next slide, please. So as you can see in this chart, most other cities in Santa Clara County have implemented smoke-free policies. And Milpitas is a little bit behind. We are currently prohibiting smoking in parks and outdoor dining areas, but not anywhere else. And other cities that currently don't prohibit smoking in these areas are also expanding their smoke-free policies through the same grant, through the same program. And so again, I want to emphasize that this is the regional direction. Next slide, please. I want to quickly go over all the work that we did to get to this point. We did a lot of policy research with support and help from the county. We also looked at, of course, what other cities are doing. And we engaged in public outreach, which I'll go over soon. And then we, with the help of the county consultant, drafted the ordinance and are here before you today for adoption. Next slide, please. So this shows all the public engagement efforts that we conducted. First, it was an extensive and diverse strategy. First, we put out an online public survey, which I'll discuss soon. We also created an online public forum to receive written comments and feedback. We created a project website with general information and FAQs. We also did some targeted outreach to Milpitas' business community. We presented to the Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development and Trade Commission, both of which expressed support for smoke-free policies. And we also sent out a constant contact message to Milpitas' businesses for more feedback. Next slide, please. For the survey, it was open from July 15th of last year until August 31st. We received 125 responses. We shared this survey through the city's website and social media. We also sent out postcard notices to all multi-unit properties in the city and the senior center and also summer camps. Next slide, please. Quickly, before getting into some of the results, the survey participants you can see are mostly residents in Milpitas, although the survey was open to all people. And the other thing that you can see is that secondhand smoke drifting into homes is a common concern. Next slide, please. I won't read to you every statistic, but I'll just say that there is overwhelming support for smoke-free policies and for prohibiting smoking in some of these areas. And these results are largely consistent with the results of multiple county surveys. Next slide, please. Now I'll summarize the key provisions of the ordinance. As I mentioned earlier, smoking is already prohibited in parks and outdoor dining areas, but the ordinance will expand these smoke-free areas to include other areas where secondhand smoke exposure is common and can have an impact on many people. Common areas, to summarize, first, multi-unit housing, of course. This is defined as 2 or more attached units, including apartments, condos, townhomes, duplexes, triplexes. So the ordinance proposes to prohibit smoking in the units themselves, but also the common areas, including patios and balconies. Next slide, please. The other smoke-free area is entryways within 25 feet of entrances, exits, and windows to buildings where smoking is prohibited. Next slide, please. Also, service areas within 25 feet of these areas. Examples include transit stops, ATMs, etc. Next slide. And also at public events, such as farmers markets, parades, music events, and etc. Next slide. All right, so I want to quickly go over the next steps, which consist of implementation and enforcement. There will be a 6-month phase-in period to give landlords some time to update their leases, put up some signs. Many of these signs will be provided by the county. We also will engage in more outreach and education by preparing and distributing educational materials like fact sheets, FAQs, website content, and a landlord toolkit to increase public awareness of these new requirements. I do want to mention that in terms of enforcement, the ordinance is meant to be self-enforcing, but if necessary, landlords can enforce through the lease. HOAs can enforce through the association rules. And if needed, the city can enforce through an infraction or a administrative citation. Next slide, please. And before concluding, I do want to mention another tobacco initiative that we have started. It's through another grant from the same program for a little over $37,000. It's to implement a separate but related initiative. So while the smoke-free ordinance focuses on minimizing secondhand smoke exposure, the Recreation and Community Services Department is leading this effort to address tobacco health impacts from the retail side. So these goals include educating youth, parents, and community on the dangers of tobacco, preventing youth use of flavored tobacco and vaping products, and then lastly, reducing the concentration of retailers and protect sensitive uses, for example, through buffers from these sensitive uses. And this effort is expected to be completed by September 2021. All right, next slide, please. So this concludes my presentation, and we are available to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jay. I really commend the work our city is doing with the county in ensuring that we are putting public health at the forefront. And in my family, there's a history of tobacco use, and so and even history of family members living in multi-unit housing apartments or even condos. And I think this will be great for our residents' public health. And I know I'm excited tonight with this agenda item. We can add Milpitas to the list of cities in this county that have supported this item. So pretty straightforward. Let's go to the public hearing here. If there's no objections, I'm going to move to open the public hearing. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now open. We're doing 2 minutes. Let's go to our attendees here. Voltaire Montemur.
Hello. Yeah, mine will be short, but I'll mention some key words like if you're a smoker, maybe a little bit, yes, but non-smokers, the kids, and almost everybody don't like the smell of smoke, secondhand smoke. Don't, in a way, don't make me wrong, totally. There's enjoyment. There's a relaxing thinking. If you're trying to solve a lengthy mathematical equation and you smoke there and it helps you, I don't know, may not help you, but that's how some people do. Uh, if there's personal necessity during break times at work, the smoker are uptight already. They want to go smoke right away when the boss say break time, and I respect that. But I'm in favor because of the performance, our health. Um, of course, our life is averagely longer when we don't smoke. I believe so. But now the harmful effects. Wow, Milpitas is a little bit behind. It's an overwhelming support anyway. Not to, I mean, to have this, pre-smoking policy. So I'm in favor of this proposition. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. Next up, we have Vanessa Marvin. Welcome. Okay, Vanessa, welcome.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
All right. Good evening. My name is Vanessa Marvin. I'm the co-chair of the Tobacco Free Coalition of Santa Clara County. And our coalition represents organizations and individuals across the county working to eliminate tobacco and the harms from tobacco. So we provide education, we help people quit, and we try to pass policies like this to support them. So, and while personally, I'm not a Milpitas resident, I am a parent and I do live in multi-unit housing. So I understand these issues personally, and they're ones I'm very passionate about. So the coalition and myself personally are really happy that you're considering a strong secondhand smoke protection for the residents of Milpitas tonight, both the smoke-free housing part and the service area. By now, we've all heard the science and we all know the evidence that shows that secondhand smoke exposure is really harmful and potentially deadly. Children, the elderly, and the disabled are our most vulnerable citizens. And they're also the most vulnerable to secondhand smoke exposure. And unfortunately, those are the exact populations that spend the most time indoors at home. As anyone who's ever lived in multi-unit housing can attest firsthand, and your survey results earlier showed, the home is a huge source of secondhand smoke exposure. It can drift through vents, windows, and other openings. And especially nowadays, although hopefully this is ending shortly, when we're all spending so much time at home. So overall, we're really excited that you're considering this policy. Smoke-free housing is a common sense policy. It's been adopted by many of the cities across Santa Clara County, and we're really thrilled that the protection will be extended to Milpitas. So thank you for considering this policy tonight.
You're welcome. I appreciate you. And for this agenda item, looks like we got a number of folks here for the public hearing. And so I want to welcome everybody joining us this evening for this item. Next up, we have Amandeep Ben Waite.
Good evening, Your Honor and Honorable Council members. My name is Amandeep Ben Waite, and I'm an anti-tobacco advocacy intern at Breathe, California. Today, I would like to offer my support to pass the prohibition of smoking in multi-unit housing for residences in Milpitas. With the pandemic last year, individuals were mandated to stay at home. And unfortunately for individuals residing in multi-unit housing, this meant family members had an increased risk of exposure to secondhand smoke. Even with the added precautions of closing doors and windows, the risk of exposure through vents was still high. As it's known, COVID-19 disproportionately affected those with compromised immune systems, which includes individuals with respiratory problems. Although we were not able to control COVID early on, we are able to control whether children, expecting mothers, and the elderly are exposed to secondhand smoke in their homes. Additionally, the popularity of e-cigarettes and vaping devices contributes to the burden on the population, especially for children. Approximately 50 to 70% of children in the US have detectable levels of cotinine, which is the breakdown product of nicotine in their blood caused by exposure to secondhand smoke. And it's responsible for 300,000 lower respiratory tract infections in children. I appreciate the consideration of the issue and for planning to take stricter action on the current non-smoking ordinances for the residents of Milpitas. I just request that if the provision to the non-smoking ordinance is passed, that there's an enforcement and accountability not only for the incoming tenants to the condos or housing units, but also the tenants who are already residing in the units. So I thank you for your time, Your Honor and honorable council members.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. We're going to take this seriously. Thank you. Next up here, we got Carol Baker. Welcome, Carol. Or actually, hold on. There's a lot of activity here on the list here. Like the list is jumping around a little bit. So let me go to the list here. Hold on, Carol. Once I got Manvi Thawani.
Good evening, Your Honor and honorable council members. My name is Manvi Thawani, and I'm an intern at the Tobacco Control Program at Breathe, California. And I'm here today to express my support for the ordinance to protect residents from secondhand smoking in multi-unit housing. So at Breathe, California, we have a secondhand smoke helpline where we hear stories of the Bay Area residents, including those from Milpitas. And our callers constantly express to us that regardless of their exhaustive efforts to deter the smoke from their neighbors, they simply can't escape the smoke that seeps in through their ventilation systems and beneath the doorways. One of the many complaints we've received was from a 14-year-old girl who was unable to even use the restroom in her own house because of how badly the room smelled. Especially with stay-at-home mandates that had taken place last year, there's really no escape from inhaling such dangerous chemicals, which isn't just an inconvenience, but is really something that has been the cause of nearly 34,000 premature deaths from heart disease each year in the US and has contributed to many respiratory illnesses in young children. So we really urge you to support the proposed ordinance and consider having more detail to holding landlords accountable when it comes to enforcing the new policy on existing tenants who smoke. Other than just putting up no smoking signs, I hope that landlords will ensure that those that smoke and who already live in multi-unit housing will comply to these new policies as well. We hope you consider these points addressed to help protect the health of the Milpitas residents. Thank you for your time, Your Honor and honorable council members.
Thank you very much. All right. Next up, we have Carol Baker.
Thank you. Thank you. My name's Carol Baker, and I'm a co-chair along with Vanessa Marvin of the Tobacco Free Coalition of Santa Clara County and a volunteer ambassador for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. And I just want to take a minute to thank you for considering the very important ordinance. And I want to refer to Councilmember Chua, who referred to the services that your residents deserve. Certainly, those residents deserve to breathe uncontaminated air, especially since there are more than 87% of your residents who do not smoke. Again, thank you for considering this ordinance.
You're welcome, Carol. Thank you for being here with us tonight. It's the public hearing, folks. Good old-fashioned city council meeting. We're here at the public hearing on June the 1st. If you're here for the public hearing, I'll give you a fair opportunity to speak. I want to hear from anybody that wants to talk. That being said, going once, going twice, that's it with the public hearing. If I hear no objections, I'll move to close the public hearing. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now closed, and we're back up here at the dais. This is the third item to the end of the agenda. Just want to do a little check-in with my colleagues. We got a couple more items after this. It's kind of all stated here, this ordinance. Pretty cool. You know, we got a whole book of ordinances here in Milpitas, and the city council gets to vote on a new ordinance or an introduction of an ordinance. And be a part of history. Pretty cool, huh? All right, let's go to the city council here. Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Chan. I just want to say a sentence or two. Thank you for the presentation, Jay. It's really simple yet very informative. Thank you so much. And I also want to commend the planning department through the leadership of Ned, Mr. Thomas, because for some reason you always know where to get the grants. So I think you have a secret weapon here. You did the grants of $312,000 for the ADU. Now we're gonna get like a software, everything, and now you have grants for this. I mean,
you have a grant FTE. There's actual person that does the grants.
Yeah, no, I think the city manager. each department is doing their own research on grants, I was told. So anyway, thank you so much. And if you can share your secret in getting more grants to the rest of the departments, that would be awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We'll get grants anyhow, any way we can get it. Yeah. Okay, great. All right. I don't see any further virtual raised hands. I'm going to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. So what you have before you is ordinance number 227.8. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas amending Chapter 215 of Title 5 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to prohibiting smoking in multi-unit housing and certain outdoor areas. And we'd be looking for a motion to introduce that ordinance and waive reading beyond the title.
I'll move to waive the first reading beyond the title. Looking for a second.
Second.
We got a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual call, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. That motion is carried. Thank you very much, Chris. That's item number 9, folks. Great job. Thank you to our visitors. And really, really a positive thing for our public health here in Milpitas. I think that's a huge impact, this item number 9. All right, moving on, item number 10. Let's receive an update on the Beautify Milpitas program. And we have here from our Department of Recreation and Community Services, our Director, Renee Lorenzen.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm here tonight to give a update on the Beautify Milpitas program. If you could go to the next slide, please. So on March 16th, 2021, Council approved the Beautify Milpitas program as an additional work plan item supported by the existing Recreation and Community Services Milpitas Volunteer Program, or MVP, and the Public Works Solid Waste Program. Through the Beautify Milpitas program, staff organizes ongoing volunteer litter abatement events with a focus on parks and creeks, providing the necessary supplies to volunteers and offering opportunities for our youth to earn required community service hours. Next slide. After receiving direction in March, staff began coordinating and promoting the return to regular volunteer park litter and creek cleanups. At the same time, COVID-19 gathering restrictions lessened with the county moving into the orange and now yellow tier. Our first park and creek cleanup was hosted on Saturday, May 15th at Higuera Adobe Park and Creek. The event was attended by close to 50 volunteer students, families, business groups, city staff, and council members. Volunteers wiped down playground structures, picked up litter and trash, cleaned tables and barbecue pits, among many other tasks. Next slide. The Beautify Milpitas litter kits were purchased through the Cal Recycles Bottle Bill program, secured through our city's Public Works Solid Waste program. Litter kits that included a reusable tote bag, gloves, a litter picker, and garbage and trash recycle bags were awarded to each volunteer, which was theirs to keep and take home. In addition, the Public Works Department organized several litter kit giveaways to encourage residents to continue to pick up trash themselves in their time in and around Milpitas. It is important to note that litter kits purchased for the launch of the Beautify Milpitas program will soon be depleted. If direction is received tonight to continue to supply kits at each cleanup event, additional budget allocation for litter kits would be needed. Staff estimates the average litter kit cost for a cleanup event similar to the size of the recent Higuera Adobe Park cleanup. It's approximately $620 per event. Next slide. Additional park and litter cleanup events are planned in the summer, early fall, and spring seasons. These events are advertised on the city's website and social media pages, Rec and Community Services social media pages, and our activity guides, e-blasts to all of our customers and the MVP database, as well as to our junior high and high school principals and their activity directors. Our next scheduled volunteer cleanup event is on Saturday, June 19th at 11 a.m., tentatively scheduled at Starlight Park. The cleanup event for the remainder of 2021 will be developed and published later in June to incorporate any council feedback received tonight. Next slide. Scheduling cleanup events in the warmer weather months allow for the provision of consistent volunteer opportunities for our community. Event locations are selected based on public feedback and suggestion. level of public use at a site indicating wear and tear, and proximity to other locations recently cleaned so that all areas of the community receive attention. Next slide. Current staffing resources as planned in our fiscal year 21-22 proposed and now adopted budget can accommodate up to 6 park cleanup events in a fiscal year. The cost for these 6 cleanup events does not include the cost to purchase additional Beautify litter kits at $620 per event, or graffiti removal kits at $700 per event as estimated by staff. Next slide. So the fiscal year 21-22 adopted budget includes funding for 6 Beautify Milpitas events, but does not assume the continued distribution of Beautify Milpitas litter kits or graffiti removal kits. If the council desires to expand the program from 6 to 9 events annually and provide litter and graffiti kits, staff recommends funding the additional cost $12,500 per year from the American Rescue Plan Act funds. The annual cost for adding litter and graffiti kits and expanding the program an additional 9 events annually is estimated to cost the $12,500 per year. Next slide. That concludes the presentation. The recommendation tonight is for council to receive the staff update on the Beautify Milpitas program and provide any additional direction to staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Renee, for your work on this as city staff. I appreciated the update, and really am proud of my colleagues for going out there last month now, and I look forward to joining here. And I hope that we can have this program monthly going forward, just make it a part of our culture. It hasn't been. I've been on the council for a while, and just not a part of our culture as a council or a city, so to say. And so if we can have this Beautify program be a monthly thing indefinitely, I think it'd be great. And it doesn't look like the funding will be an issue. We won't let it be an issue. But yeah, this is a new thing, and I want to thank the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano, and Councilmember Edwin Chua for, kind of running around and working on this, getting it going. And I know they got some vests they made. I'm still waiting to get mine, but but no, this is great. I don't got too much to say, but this is a really cool thing. Let's keep it going indefinitely. Okay, next up with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Chan, and thank you for your support all along since the start. And Renee, thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
I agree with Mayor Chan on the monthly. Is it my speaker?
It's the Vice Mayor, please. Okay.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I agree with the mayor, make it monthly and also include the graffiti. And I would like to add, let us be a part of the National Cleanup Day, which is always in September. And that, I think we can do the cleanup that day. We can have a dumpster day. We can incorporate all our cleanup efforts on that day. Just something to that effect, I think that would be awesome. And like you said, it's going to be part of our culture that we'll do cleanup every month, and once a year join the nationwide cleanup day. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Renee.
You're welcome. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Speaker on. Thank you. So Renee, thank you for that lovely presentation. And we saw our picture on there. Great. I really like Councilmember Chua's idea of being part of that culmination of the National Cleanup Day. I recall her mentioning something about possibly doing a front door or a curbside pickup. And so is is that part, that 12,500, is that part of the dumpster day as well, or is that a separate cost?
The dumpster days is a separate cost. So the 12,500 would be to add 3 additional cleanup events at parks and creeks in Milpitas. So if you wanted to move it to 12 months a year, it would be an additional 12,500 on top of that. So a total of 25,000.
25,000, wow. Oh, that's, so I'm thinking maybe we could do 6 months and then do the curbside as Councilmember Chua had, I think she had recommended that the last time, but I think that's even a better idea. Maybe split them in half, 6 months, and then the other months curbside pickup as she had recommended. But those are just my thoughts, because the dumpster days, Evelyn, would you like to explain, explain to me about the seniors? Or do you want to pass?
Which one? I'm sorry.
But about the seniors having a hard time lugging stuff to the dumpsters.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I got feedback from, but I think we're gonna discuss that curbside pickup during the ARPA funding. It's really separate from the cleanup. Yes. Can we table that for our next discussion on the ARPA? Because this is really a separate cleanup event.
Okay. So yeah, I would recommend doing the monthly for what you say. Did you say 12 months or did you say 6 months?
I would go with the mayor's recommendation of once a month, and then and join the September cleanup, nationwide cleanup day.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. I think it's great. And I think the community, they really appreciate that, because we want to keep our city clean, and these volunteer efforts are so amazing. It's wonderful. We're doing a great job. And thank you, Mayor, for your idea of the dumpster days. I mean, people are really, that's a big hit. Thank you for that. That's it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I love the idea of Milpitas participating at the Great America Cleanup, and that's in September. And so I know that that's an idea that former Vice Mayor and I believe even Councilmember Fan had talked about maybe last year. So it's great to see that this is finally happening, and it's been a conversation for such a long time. It just feels like yesterday, Vice Mayor Montano, we were talking about dumpster days at a debate with Milpitas Beat. So it's great to see that it's finally coming alive. I do support this. I think it's really important for us to have community cleanups as part of our organization's just culture. I also don't feel like it was something that I know that there is organizations out there that appreciate what we're doing. So I definitely want to support with the continuation of at least a once a month. And then I also wanted to, I definitely believe the side, if there is a way to maybe collaborate with the schools to rotate the dumpster day into the community, I think that would be awesome. I think the location is great. It's in the center, but I think that also, unfortunately, if there is a way maybe that we could rotate the event around the city, I think that would be amazing if we could maybe collaborate with the school and do it at a school campus, just bringing it more into the neighborhoods. That way people don't have to lug their stuff. I know that we try to do it a centralized location, but I am concerned about our seniors and just people who may not have transportation to go all the way down to City Hall. And so I think as we move and develop this program, I definitely think curbside pickup is something I know we've been talking about for at least 2 years. And so I think it's important for us to revisit and see if there's a way that we could do that. Or maybe strengthening our relationships with some of the folks that we have here. I know that I was not on this council prior and decisions were made but I don't know if maybe we could foster that relationship again and maybe have that conversation to bring back the dumpster days, even if it is, you know, on a limited basis over at the landfill. I know people really, really miss that. And so I know that that's a whole other conversation. But I think that maybe if we could maybe revisit and see if there's a partnership that we could do, I think that that might be good. But again, I think this is a great program, and I look forward to participating at the Great America Cleanup and seeing Milpitas' name on there. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for your comments. I think we can revisit the neighborhood beautification day. We don't call it dumpster days, neighborhood beautification. But no, dumpster days. Yeah, you know, I think we're exploring. We'll talk about it. We'll get it agendized, I think, come August, you know, an update. I'm sure we'll get a dumpster days, neighborhood beautification day update in August. So we can discuss more about the dumpsters then. But we're here right now talking about the Beautify Milpitas program. I'm gonna go to Walter real quick. Hey, Walter, I see you.
Good evening, Walter Rossman, Deputy City Manager. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mayor. Just a few comments we'd like to convey to the council. First of all, thank you for your support for wanting to fund 12 days, one event every month. The challenge we may have in winter months if it rains. We had a dry winter this winter, but it may be a wet winter one day. So the planning is potentially more difficult and maybe muddy out there. But we just have to convey this to the community that sometimes those events may have to be canceled depending on weather conditions. I think I just want to speak quickly, if Tony could you speak about dumpster days, what they're planned, the next one is planned for, as well as curbside pickup. So the public understands what the services that we are providing.
Well, you know, I think that's fine, but the dumpster days isn't agendized tonight, and I want to be efficient with tonight's meeting. So we can talk about what's agendized. Again, I want to make sure we're on track here with time. But thank you, Walter. No, I appreciate it.
Yes, you wish, Mayor.
Yeah, I wish to save you some time tonight. I want to save us all time, but I want to focus on the agenda most importantly. So, Tony, welcome. But yeah, you know, inclement weather, sure. But I don't know. Hopefully it's raining a lot next winter because I know this last one wasn't too rainy. But hey, we're tough here in this town, and you know, we'll put our boots on. We'll figure it out. But I appreciate that. Okay, great. All right, we're talking about the Beautify Milpitas program. I'm going to the virtual raised hand. So if you got your virtual raised hand up, I'm calling on you. You better lower it. Thank you so much. All right. Well, we received the update. And looks like we're on track with staff. Thank you so much, Renee. You know, this is a new thing here in Milpitas, and the residents really appreciate it. This is something that folks talked about, so this is great. Item number 10 has been received. I see. I'm just going to public comment. You know, I want to make sure I get public comment. Let me make sure. Okay, if anybody wants to speak, provide any comment for item number 10, Voltaire Montemir.
Okay, yeah, we touched the main thing, the first thing, like when visitors say and as they leave Milpitas, coming from Milpitas, and they're very happy, saying that Milpitas is very clean, a very neat place, then that's number one. And Beautify Milpitas, maybe there was a discussion last time, but I will not touch it. It may include some infrastructure, but still part of Beautify Milpitas. In other words, we touched about cleanliness, so that's very good. And the other word, I mentioned it, but I don't want to bug you up with this, like dumpster day. Anyway, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I don't see any further virtual raised hands for item number 10. That's it for public comment. Moving on here. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Renee, once again for item number 10. Great update. All right, moving on to public safety, item number 11, the last item for tonight. Item number 11, let's receive a presentation from the police department's response to mental health related calls. And we have our acting chief of police, Jared Hernandez. We've got a presentation warming up here.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. I'm Jared Hernandez, currently serving as your acting Chief of Police. During a special meeting of the City Council on May 11th, Council requested the Police Department return to Council with a presentation on the department's response to mental health calls. So I'm happy to be here tonight to present that. This slide here is just really the how we're going to navigate through the presentation. First, I'm going to provide some understanding of Welfare and Institutions Code 5150. The police department's current response model to mental health calls, our staff training, some data related to 5150 Welfare and Institution Code calls here in Milpitas, and then third-party referrals, as well as other response models that are out there that we're evaluating, and then closing it out with service enhancements and next steps. Next slide, please. So Welfare and Institutions Code 5150 is the legal authority granted to police officers, clinicians, and designated members of a mobile crisis team that allows them to put a person on an involuntary detention to be placed in a mental health facility and evaluated for 72 hours. The criteria that has to be met before somebody could be put on a 72-hour hold under the Welfare and Institutions Code is if they're a danger to themselves. So somebody that may be trying to commit suicide or threatening to commit suicide would fall under that category. Somebody that's a danger to others, and that could be somebody that is just paranoid and delusional. Maybe they're threatening or trying to physically harm somebody else as a result of their mental health condition, or somebody that's gravely disabled. And that would be, an example of that would be somebody maybe that an Alzheimer's patient that maybe wandered away from home, maybe they're non-communicative and we're unable to identify the person or figure out where they live. That might be a situation where somebody would be taken into protective custody under 5150 W9. Next slide, please. Hopefully you could read that font. I understand it's small, but there's a lot of information that I needed to fit on here. What this slide depicts is a flow going from left to right of what the police department's response is. Starting on the left there with the call for service, that would be your dispatchers receiving the call. They're going to establish what type of emergency is it. Does it require the police department, the fire department, EMS, or in some circumstances, we do go to events where it requires all three of us to respond together. I'm going to speak only about the police department portion of it and not the fire and EMS portion of it. The next box that you see, the patrol response box, that would be your police officer arriving on the scene. And what they're going to do is they're going to determine, is this a criminal event or a non-criminal event? Specific to mental health, if it's criminal, they still will do the evaluation to see if the person meets that criteria under 5150 W9, meaning that they're a danger to themselves, a danger to others, or gravely disabled. Even if it's non-criminal, they're going to do the same thing. The reason that it's different is if you follow the black text and you follow the red text, the outcomes are just slightly different. Once a police officer determines that the criteria is met, if it's a criminal event, then the person's taken into criminal custody. And from there, they're transported to the Santa Clara County Jail, where there are mental health services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They actually have an entire floor designated for mental health calls. If it's non-criminal, the officer will take the person into protective custody and then transport them to Valley Medical Center, which is the county hospital where the emergency psychiatric services is housed. There are some situations where neither criminal custody or protective custody apply. Those would be a situation where somebody doesn't meet the criteria, but they're still in need of some type of services. And I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. It's at this stage, the custody or non-custody, where we'll sometimes introduce some of the additional resources, whether it be the county's mobile crisis response team, maybe Uplift, which deals specifically with juveniles, the Mission Street sobering station, or maybe even the HEAT team, which is new to us, or even our internal social service coordinator, which operates out of Parks and Recreation. When it comes to transports, that can be done in a couple different ways. We will either do, as a police department, a custody transport, whether it be criminal or non-criminal, or we may do a courtesy. If the person is not being taken into custody pursuant to a 5150 hold, we will still offer the services because we do have people that voluntarily accept services. Other times, the person is transported through the ambulance service, through our county medics. Once we've established the 5150 criteria, we know if they're going to be in custody or not, and we do the transport, then it's a matter of where do they go. And that's going to be, again, the jail or VMC, which I already spoke about. But in self-committals or people that voluntarily want to seek service, but they don't meet the 5150 criteria, we would take them to maybe if they have their own insurance to whatever hospital they choose. For example, we have taken people to El Camino Hospital before, or the Mission Street Sobering Station, and I'll talk a little bit about that service here in a second. After placement's been done, if the person is a criminal incident where there's mental health involved, or it's somebody that's chronic, then we refer the information to the Behavioral Health Department's law enforcement liaison to make sure that the person gets continued service through them. Just to give a little bit of explanation of each of the additional resources, the mobile crisis response team, that's made up of clinicians and therapists. It's ran through the county. They operate Monday through Friday from 8 to 8, so 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And they're available for field responses during those times. They're also available for call outs after hours. They have about an hour to an hour and a half response time after hours. And then they're also available for phone consultations 24 hours a day. We have used them at many of these different stages in the chart above. For example, an example of when we used them during a patrol response. Since 2019, when they originated, we've had a few incidents involving barricaded subjects where we call the mobile crisis response team to the scene, and they work directly along the side of our crisis negotiators and our SWAT team to try to resolve the situation through communication. The Uplift service, that is a service that's available to us 24/7. And the organization provides services to children, adolescents, and their families. They really specialize in care coordination services, wellness services, a continuum of crisis care, and several other behavioral services for juveniles and their families. The Mission Street Sobering Station, that's operated by the County Behavioral Health Services. It's an alternative to booking. It's really designed for very short stays, less than 24 hours, and its main intent is stabilization. So they provide substance abuse and mental health services. And what they're really trying to do is stabilize the situation and then linkage for that particular individual to other services. The HEAT, that's new to us, the Homeless Engagement and Access Team. They began providing services to the city of Milpitas earlier this year. They specialize in unhoused population and they have a clinician on their team as well. So we often refer cases to the HEAT team on a regular basis. And again, I think they started maybe 2.5 months ago. So we haven't really realized the entire full benefit of that group yet. And then lastly, for the social services coordinator, we have Shrew Agarwal that works out of Parks and Recreation Department. And she doesn't do field responses, but where her value is that she's able to provide us additional referrals and help us identify additional resources for people. Next slide, please. So this slide here is similar to the previous slide, but it's more narrowly focused on the decision-making process. So your top row, that would be a situation where you have a crime, somebody meets the criteria that I talked about before under 5150, and where they would go as far as placement is the county jail. I think I mentioned earlier that the jail provides on-site mental health staff 24/7. When we take somebody into custody here, we're really relying on either the California Penal Code, the Health and Safety Code, or the Vehicle Code in conjunction with the Welfare and Institutions Code to facilitate the custody of that person. The next row down, or the middle row where it says no crime. So if there is no crime, but the person meets the criteria under 5150, they go to Valley Medical Center to the emergency psychiatric services. And again, I mentioned earlier that they could be put on a 72-hour hold, but I don't want to mislead you. It does not mean that the individual will be at BMC EPS for 72 hours. The person will only be there for the length of time that the clinician believes that they still meet that criteria. So if they're there for 10 hours and the clinician believes that they no longer meet that criteria, the person's released. If 72 hours has passed and the person still meets the criteria, then they would be held in excess of 72 hours under those circumstances. And the authority for the police department here is again, the Welfare and Institutions Code 5150. The third row, and probably the most challenging, that's the only row where an officer has some type of discretion. This is the situation where there is no crime, the person doesn't meet the criteria, but they're clearly having or experiencing some type of psychological hardship and they're in need of care. In these situations, the officers are really trying to gain voluntary committal from the person. They'll try to provide resources to them, and that could come in a variety of ways, whether it be BMC EPS does take self-committals, so we can take them there. Mission Street Sobering Station is another one that we've been using, Uplift for Juveniles again, or just linking the person with some of those aftercare services, whether it be the mobile crisis response team or any of the other resources that we learn about through our partners. In those situations, we do provide transport, and in those situations, EMS has provided transport on very rare occasions, but it's usually the officer that's handling that transport. Next slide, please. Our officers receive over 70 hours of training related to mental health. As you can see on this slide here, it starts in the police academy where they receive 16 hours, including 3 hours of scenario-based training, 40 hours of crisis intervention team training for both officers and dispatchers, 2 hours of post-approved autism recognition and response training, 12 hours of integrated communications assessment and tactics training. I think I've spoke about ICAT in previous presentations to council on the budget. And then in addition to those formal trainings, we also do briefing trainings with the Santa Clara County Mobile Crisis Response Team. We were doing those trainings about twice a year pre-COVID. There has been no briefing training with MCRT since COVID. And as we excel out of COVID, we're looking to bring that back and also enhance some of that training, which I'll talk about shortly. In addition to all of that I mentioned above, and not included in the 70 hours, is the continuous training in briefing, where we do de-escalation training as well as our arrest control tactics instruction using their Milo simulator. What that device is, it allows an officer to be put in a virtual environment where they have to de-escalate situations and navigate through a problem by solving it with communication. Next slide, please. This is our training progress to date. Because of recent hires, you may notice that percentages for CIT have lowered compared to previously reported percentages in the budget. I think when the budget first started, those slides were around 80 something, low 90%, but because of all the new hires, those percentages have dropped. Our target is for officers to receive CIT training within 1 year of their solo police officer status, but then this is obviously dependent on course availability, which was course availability was really depleted during the COVID environment. Currently, we have 4 officers that are scheduled to attend CIT training. 2 of them are going in June, 2 of them are going in July. So we will see that, that number increase. And we still have 17 officers that we're plotting their training based on available classes. Dispatchers, we're one of the few agencies that put dispatchers through the 40-hour CIT training. There are some much shorter classes that are specific to dispatchers, but we saw the value in sending them to the full 40-hour course. Currently, 8 dispatchers are trained in CIT, and we have 6 to schedule. The issue there is really staffing and being able to get those folks out of that room for that 40 hours to get the training, but we are working towards that goal. 96% of our officers have completed the ICAT training, which is similar to CIT, but it's more scenario based. It really teaches the officers how to assess a situation, use their critical thinking skills, and then it also requires them to demonstrate those skills that they've learned. Autism recognition and response training. So we started this earlier last month. It's a post-approved class, and we expect to have all officers done with that by the July 1st. So we're on target for that as well. Next slide, please. This slide here before I talk too much about it, I do want to point out that this slide and the two preceding slides are only relative to those persons that were taken into custody for 5150 WNI. It does not include those situations where there was a crime committed and the person was taken into custody for 5150, nor does it include those situations where somebody was a voluntary committal. And so what you see from this slide, it's some of the data that I spoke to during the May 11th meeting. In 2019, there were 231 calls where somebody was taken into custody per 5150. 36 of those folks identified themselves as transient. In 2020, 267 individuals were taken into custody per 5150 WNI. Again, 36 of those individuals identified themselves as transient. And between January and April of 2021, 67 individuals were taken into custody for 5150 WNI. 14 identified themselves as transients. You can see in the third column from the left, or fourth, I guess, if you're including the years, the percentage of calls. So in 2019, 1% of our 5150 calls accounted 5150 calls, sorry, accounted for 1% of our total calls. And then again in 2020, it was 1.4%. And so far in the first 4 months of 2021, it's at 1.46%. Next slide, please. Again, just a reminder that this is only relative to 5150 calls. I think in the council meeting on the 11th, there was a question or a statement made about individuals requiring repeat service. So we looked into it. This slide is intended to put that into perspective. Defining repeat service as more than one time in a year where somebody required service, you can see that 78 of the 267 calls for 2020 were somebody that required service on more than one occasion. So that accounted for 29.2% of the 5150 mental health holds. Looking into that data further, you will see that 64.1% of those people that required service on more than one occasion actually required service 3 or more times. The highest marking person in that single year was 11 times, followed by the second person, which was 10 times. I think that what's important here is that because a lot of our 5150 holds are repeat folks, that there is some room for improvement through county resources for the follow-up and aftercare. Next slide, please. This is a little bit too far. Can we go back one? Yeah, thank you. They look very, very the same, but they're a little bit different because this one here is speaking specifically about 2021. So far in 2021, for the first 4 months, 31, so nearly half of the 67 calls for service were somebody that required service previously. And much like 2020, we're currently at 61.2% of repeat persons requiring service on 3 or more times. And again, this is where I think that we can really start relying more on the county's role in supporting these individuals that we do have to take into custody for 5150 to try to have some better success in them not becoming repeat customers. One of the things that I failed to mention on the previous slide, but I will mention it now, of the 267 calls in 2020, 32 of them were juveniles. So 11.9% of our 2020 calls were juveniles. Only 1 juvenile required repeat service, and that person accounted for 4 calls in 2020. In 2021, there were 8 of the 67 calls were for juveniles. So again, it was at 11.9%, very consistent to the previous year. However, in 2021, thus far, no juveniles have required repeat service. So we're doing a good job there. Next slide, please. So third-party referrals, a couple, I already mentioned Uplift and I mentioned Mobile Crisis Response Team, but I do want to talk a little bit more about that and give you some statistics there. For the Mobile Crisis Response Team in 2019, there were 6 referrals and 9 field visits. So what a referral would mean is that we as the police department initiated the contact with the mobile crisis response team. A field visit, it could have been the PD that initiated it, or it could have been the family or some other source that initiated the call for service with the mobile crisis response team. But it is a situation where the police department went and checked on that individual in as a co-response with the mobile crisis response team. So referrals and field visits, two different things. It's not tracked the same for Uplift, the juvenile service. Those are all just referrals. There may be some site visits in there as well, but there's no way for me to correlate or separate the two. So going back to the data in 2019, 6 referrals, 9 field visits with the mobile crisis response team, 25 for Uplift. In 2020, 20 referrals for mobile crisis response with 23 field visits, 41 referrals total for juveniles in the Uplift program. And then the 4 months, actually this one I went to May because I was able to get that data. So 5 months of 2021, it's been so far 5 referrals, 5 field visits with 11 referrals to Uplift. Next slide, please. So in October of last year, we evaluated our current response model as well as what other cities were doing. And we found that response models could really be categorized in 2 distinctive types. One being non-police responses and the other being police response models. And within each of those categories, there are some variations in how agencies and cities are deploying their resources. For example, Cahoots, which is the top one that you see on your screen there under the non-police response models. It was one of the first programs to surface where it paired clinicians and EMTs together as the first responders to mental health calls, and it does not involve a police response. It originated in Eugene, Oregon, and it is still in existence today. The next one down, Macro, it's a fairly new initiative. It's being piloted in the city of Oakland here in California. It currently pairs clinicians and fire personnel as the first responders to mental health calls. Eventually, they will phase out the fire personnel and utilize community-based organizations in place of the fire personnel, and they will be the first responders. However, they're not at that stage yet because they don't have the identified community-based organizations yet. Moving down to the final non-police response model is the Street Crisis Response Team, or SCRT. That is a piloted initiative started in San Francisco in November of 2020. It's in partnership with the Department of Public Health, the Fire Department, and also the Department of Emergency Management. Those teams consist of a paramedic, a clinician, and a peer specialist, and they also respond as the first responders to mental health calls with no law enforcement response at all. Unless, and for all the non-police response, let me qualify that statement. The police do involve themselves when the groups call them. If there's a situation because there's a risk factor, a safety issue, then of course the police do respond to those. So it's not completely separate, it's just the police aren't going as part of the first response. Under the police response models, there is the Psychiatric Emergency Response Teams, or PERT. This is a popular program or model of a program that's currently being piloted in Santa Clara County through the Sheriff's Department, and it is including a couple other cities here in the county. It's being funded through a grant that the county received, and in that model, PERT pairs a clinician with a police officer. They respond to mental health calls as the first responder, and they also conduct follow-up visits. A new one that surfaced recently, and it's a little bit different than the other police response models, is what we see in the Orange County Sheriff's Office in Florida. They began piloting the Behavioral Response Unit in December of 2020. BRU is a co-response with deputies and clinicians. However, they're different from PERT because they are not the first responders. They refer to themselves as the second responders. So they will come to a scene after the scene has been stabilized, and then they can also be brought in to either take over the scene or provide follow-up care to the person in need, which is a little bit different than what we see in other places. The final model I have to share is the CIT trained officer response. This is currently what we use here in Milpitas and what I described above. In our response model, we collaborate with the mobile crisis response team, and other services, but on an as-needed basis. We can go to the next slide, please. So service enhancements and next steps. I think I mentioned in October 2020, we evaluated our response models and we looked at the several emerging programs. Because there were a lot of new programs being conceptualized in our region and throughout the nation at the time, the county had recently received the grant that I talked about, and they were about to pilot their PERT program. We decided to stay with our current CIT model for the time being, but to also enhance our training and expand our use of the mobile crisis response team while we continue to research and monitor the other models that were being piloted in other areas. Thus far, we have enhanced our training by providing CIT training to dispatchers, continuing CIT training for officers, while also supplementing the CIT training with the ICAT training. And in addition to the training enhancements, we also expanded our use of the mobile crisis response team. I think in Milpitas, we've been really effective at the officer level in communicating and de-escalating situations. And what we realized in our evaluation of ourselves in October is that we were underutilizing that resource. We were calling them for the really, I guess I would say severe situations where you had the barricaded person, but we really weren't collaborating with them too much on the day-to-day stuff. And we have improved that, and we're doing much better with that. And we are using that resource much more now. Regarding next steps, we expect to conduct scenario training in conjunction with the Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Department in January of 2022 rather. The reason that it's scheduled for January is because they're updating the curriculum and it's expected to be available in January. That's why we haven't done it yet. The other thing that we want to do is identify an enhanced response model that we might pilot here in the city of Milpitas, and we want to base it on data. So that way we're doing something that, that really is the best value for the citizens here in Milpitas. And the last thing that I want to mention as we are trying to decide what are we going to do in Milpitas is how Assembly Bill 988 will affect those operations. If you're not familiar with Assembly Bill 988, there was a federal mandate that that will require states to have an alternative for mental health calls. And in the state of California, they're looking at a 988 system. So very similar to 911, but if you're having a mental health issue, then you would call 988. It would still go through our dispatch center. So there's some work to be done in how we're gonna operationally do that. And then they would send the call directly to some mental health professionals to help triage the situation and figure out what the next steps were. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief. That was a great presentation. Let's go to public comment. Voltaire Montemor.
I don't know the unmute. You hear me?
Yes.
Oh yeah, because I don't see the unmute button. Yeah, anyway, this is different task. It's really hard. I can see sleepless when they're in a house. The whole household is sleepless sometimes. Yeah, love and care. The officers like the presenter, the chief. Yeah, it's a hard job. I admire them being patient, applying these CIT, ICAT, all those emergency response abilities. Yeah, I admire them. So in other words, thank you for being patient, all of you guys, all of those concerns. Yeah, we had one close by before a hospital, and I think there may be some clinics now at the hospital, but still, yeah, it's the care for these people. They're all human beings like us, and we really care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. There's no further requests for public comment. Thank you, folks. We'll bring it back up here to the virtual dais. We have the requester of this agenda item, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you so much, Chief, for that presentation. I really appreciate that data. In the time that I've been here, this is my first time seeing a very comprehensive presentation that has been delivered the way it has. So thank you for your leadership. It's definitely something that I actually feel more positive about. I think what we have at hand here in Milpitas is very tangible. And I definitely concur with your statement in regards to the county services. I think that as the state of California is moving towards figuring out what the 98 system is going to be, I feel very confident that here in the city of Milpitas, we're already thinking of that. So thank you so much. I definitely feel that we are moving in a very positive direction. My question, I do have one question. In terms of training with the CIT, is that done every year for officers, or is it done every 2 years, or is that something that's done once in their career? I'm not too sure if you could share a little bit of that.
Yeah, so the state requirement is, there's two different versions of it. There's the 40-hour version, and then there's one that's much less. It's like 16 hours or 8 hours. We elected, when we first implemented CIT training, I think it was in early 2018, we decided to go with the 40-hour training. It is by state standards, a one and done, but by department process, that's what we don't want to happen. And so we want to make sure that we stay sharp on those skills. We're actually trying to identify some advanced CIT training that we can send officers to. We haven't identified it yet. But my main objective right now is getting all of the folks that are responding to calls for service that training. That's my primary objective. And then the secondary objective is going to be the follow-up training through the mobile crisis response team and making sure that our officers' skills are sharp in that area. And then also we will be evaluating sending them to the 8-hour, I think it's 8-hour CIT course, maybe every 2 years. That's kind of the objective, but we don't have anything specifically in place quite yet.
Okay, perfect. The other question that I had was in terms of, I really appreciate the data on the 5150s. I think that shows us a lot, and that's great data that we could share with our community. And it's really data that honestly helps me think too of the preventive services that we're offering here in the city of Milpitas. And so as we're all speaking about what we could do, I think those numbers are pretty powerful. I think unfortunately many times the narrative that some folks may have is that it's unhoused people or just those that don't have a traditional home that may be experiencing some mental health crises, and those numbers reflect that that's not true. With that, I also think it's really important for us to be on the forefront of the preventive care and really in collaboration with that behavioral mobile crisis response unit, because I think that those numbers are up, right, in just that short time period in the beginning of this year. And so that's where I would like to continue getting data and having a presentation like this. Because of COVID, I think it would be great if we had it, sooner, maybe every 3 months, just have at least a little an update report. It doesn't have to be through a council meeting, but that table that you showed, I think is very powerful. So if we could continue to monitor that, I think that would be something that I would kindly ask. And then in terms of next steps, definitely looking at a model that will work for Milpitas, which is something you're already doing, and maybe bringing that back to council. I don't know what the time period would be for that. But, I definitely don't want to miss any opportunity that we may have if we could use some of that ARPA funding to help support a model that's going to help Milpitas, either in the preventive side or really dealing with that repeating caller, right? It's so I think the numbers really, the data shows we could do a great job here in Milpitas with this. It's still the numbers are not high. And so I think I'm feeling very positive about this. I think definitely having those conversations with the county is the next step, as far as I see with leadership. And then in the process of that, Chief, you figuring out what model is going to work best for our city. and then bringing that back. I would say, in the next, the beginning of the next year, just so again, and again, I don't know what conversations could come out from the ARPA funding, but I do appreciate the data. I think that was very powerful. And so I will go ahead and yield my time for my colleagues for their questions, but I really do appreciate this presentation. Thank you so much for the time that you put into it.
You're very welcome.
Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Very good presentation, Chief Hernandez, and very informative as well. I commend you for not jumping on a new model, the new model that somebody else is trying out. I commend that you stick to the CIT on an enhanced version, our version, your version, which I think is more effective. So I like that very much. I have a question on the AB 988. When you said that it's kind of similar to 911, but it's 988, and you said something like when you get a call, when our dispatchers get a call, they transfer it to a mental health group. Is that going to be our group or somebody, or the counties, or have we defined that?
So if you remember pre-911, there was a phone number that was called. It would be a 408 number when you had an emergency here in Milpitas. It was 408-263-1212 many, many years ago. And then the 911 system came along, and it was really the convenience. It's an easy number to remember. It's easy to get the services. There is a 1-800 number that currently exists that goes to the Department of Mental Health. And so I believe that the intent of the legislation is to create the 988 number. So it's easy to remember. People can get it in an emergency and get that service right away.
Perfect. Because as you know, we're a small city, we can't afford the separate department. I like that it's 988 through the county, I think. And also while you were presenting, I thought of something which I will request next time on the announcement. It's the Milpitas Police response to, instead of mental health, this one is for substance abuse. It's going to be similar to what you presented probably here tonight, but I would request that. Right?
Great,
That's
yeah.
on the next agenda. Thank
Yeah.
you, Chief, and thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Yeah, I know our city manager noted it, and we could bring your request back after the recess this summer sometime. You just connect with the city manager. You guys can figure it out. Okay, next up here, Councilmember Fan.
Chief, thank you for the very thorough presentation. I have a couple of questions, and it's okay if you don't have all the answers. I think some of the questions pertain to more so services that the county offers. But for individuals who are checked into the county facility through the 5150 hold, who pays for that?
I would imagine that the county pays for that. I haven't seen a bill for it, so I really don't know, to be honest. I mean, our staff time obviously is involved in that, but as far as paying for somebody to be housed at the county hospital, we do not pay for that in the city.
I can answer that question. I formerly worked at Valley Medical Emergency Department, and we'd see as a social worker, and the EMT would most likely bring in a person that's 5150, gravely disabled or other, and they'd be kind of strapped, really. The physician there would make a determination on, kind of a short term or a long day. Barbara Aaron's is right there connected. But, if the person has private insurance, of course, that would cover some. It is a medical stay. But typically, I think for some folks that may not have private insurance, there is public insurance here in the state of California. And so that would really fall on the county. And the county would do their best to receive funding from other places. But certainly the county has taken up a lot of costs. We see it. It's the cost of the taxpayer eventually. So I hope that helps, Councilmember Fan.
It does. One of the reasons I ask is I want to inquire about whether a disparity exists between those who are checked in involuntarily versus those who are trying to seek the help, and they show up to the facility and they're admitted. And I'm not sure, what the appropriate medium is to advocate for equity of those services, but it does make a difference if the individual who is the patient rather is being billed for it. Like, I would think that some folks would be discouraged to seek help if they knew that, they were gonna get a bill a few months down the road for it, considering that they're already struggling. So it's not really something that I would expect the city to be able to change, but I hope that we can, advocate for that to the county at some point. Forgive me if my points aren't very clear. It's difficult for me to speak on this topic because I've personally checked in as 5150 before, both voluntarily and involuntarily. It's a topic that's deeply personal to me. And I hope that the people who need the support can get it. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to express that.
No, I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Fan, and you've expressed some of your history before, and so we all acknowledge your strength in sharing your experience. And if you want, I'll work with you, and we can go further explore with the county or the state how folks can receive some financial assistance for their mental health. But there are a lot of programs out there. Not just through the County Department of Mental Health, but outpatient treatment and those sorts of things. So thank you so much for sharing. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Definitely one of the things that I would like to see our city, and when I brought this up, and Councilmember Chu, I thank you so much for bringing it up because that's exactly where I was going with the request of this presentation. Some cities, what I've noticed is that in our city, if somebody is experiencing either assistance, a breakdown, either needing assistance with substance abuse or mental crisis, the only phone number that folks in Milpitas know to call is 911. There, we have 211 with the county, but that's not necessarily a number that is triaged in the non-criminal, right? I mean, 911 is called in an emergency, but a lot of people just don't know where else to call. So the calls end up at 911 if they see someone experiencing a crisis. And it could be either mentally induced or substance induced, but it's a crisis. one of the things I would like to see the city of Milpitas is have its own number. I know other cities have had a homeless response or an unhoused response, or they call it something along those lines, where folks could safely call and say, hey, I see this person maybe passed out in front of McDonald's all the time. They don't necessarily want to call 911 because they don't want to criminalize the situation, but they don't know where else to call. And 211 is often, I think it's so confusing right now, especially with COVID, because some cities moved 211 as a resource number, but the city of Milpitas doesn't really have an extra number where folks could call, where what I have heard Milpitians say, well, I don't want to call 911 because I don't want that person to go to jail. That person needs help. And so that is why I really asked for this presentation. And I do believe we need to be on the forefront of how are we going to ask, allow individuals to ask for help and call a number that could give them that help. And maybe now that we have the social worker, we could have an extra number that can be triaged to the social worker so she could not necessarily do a case management, but do a referral service versus if someone doesn't call 911, the police department would, it looks like from the presentation, would be doing that. So staff, I would like to explore that. If we could move into maybe triaging a number that could help substance and those experiencing a mental health and a substance abuse crisis, so they could get the referral that they need. That it doesn't necessarily have to be 911, because that is where I'm hearing Milpitians say, again, they don't want to call 911 because they don't want to criminalize the situation. But the data that I'm seeing is telling me that there's individuals out there that need help, and they're revisiting the county services. So that's something we need to work with the county to really address the substance abuse and that mental health. And it definitely doesn't need to be, I think we have something pretty awesome here where it could be a Milpitians model, and we could actually be the forefront city to really address substance abuse, mental health crisis, and are unhoused, and really be a role model for other cities. So I would like to explore that. I'm not too sure, again, who could take the lead on that. And I will also bring it up in announcements, but I think, as the mayor said earlier, as the person who requested this presentation, that's why I wanted to see the data. And the data shows me there is a service, there is a hole of service, a gap of service. And the gap of service really is with just getting help in a non-traditional, non-criminal way. So that is the question for me. How could we do that? Because we are missing folks, and there's not that many, and data shows, and based on the information that I'm sure many of us have received, these are the same 10 individuals we're missing. So we have an opportunity to really get these 10 individuals some help. So that is my thought process right now, and I would like some support on that from staff if we can, because I think Milpitians really want to help folks that have substance abuse and are experiencing just a crisis, and it could be induced by either mental and substance abuse. And I do want to just thank Councilmember Fan for sharing your personal story. I know you shared it many times, but I think it was very courageous of you to share it with us. I think it's courageous because it shows that you definitely understand it. And I'm looking forward to your leadership and taking your personal experience on how can we make this better. And I do think there's an opportunity for us to do it and get it right. And I'm looking forward to figuring it out. So I would really like to explore that extra number for mental and substance abuse issues if we can. I'm not too sure how we could bring that conversation back, but I don't mind bringing it up in a memo if that's what I need to do. But I think it could be moved forward as part of the direction for staff from accepting this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. I encourage you to formulate a plan for your proposal. It's not a bad proposal. There's an opportunity next week with ARP. If you have a plan in place for your proposal, I think the council will be happy to listen furthermore as we move forward. Our police department has been collecting data for many years, and I know we'll continue to gather data about some mental health emergency calls, and even later at the mid-year budget, months and months from now, that's another opportunity for you to utilize the data available to formulate a plan for your proposal. So I do want to stick to the agenda item in the interest of time as well. I got Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jared. That was really very informative. I was really impressed of your presentation, and also I seen the models. You had the non-police models, and then the ones for the fire department, and then you had the police ones. But I'm really concerned about AB 988. So and I'm going to do more research on that. But I think that's going to I'm not sure, is that telling us that we need to formulate a new model, or can we use the existing one that we have, the CIT?
That's a great question, and I don't know the complete answer yet because I don't know how that's going to be implemented. If our dispatchers are to take the 988 call and then transfer it to mental health, and they were to do whatever they do, there's going to be delay in service because they're going to have to call us back if it involves us. And so those are the fine details that we'll have to work out as we get closer. I just don't know right now.
Exactly. I'm just concerned that, I'm just concerned that we don't have the staff. We won't have the staff to implement this, and then the cost. So, we'll see how it goes. I have to do more research. But I wanted to touch up on the uplift because, as a former school teacher, credentialed school teacher, I'm really concerned about our youth. But you did mention that there weren't too many calls regarding our youth, or can you explain on that?
Of the total mental health calls for service where somebody was placed on a mental health hold in both 2019 and in 2020, I'm sorry, in 2020 and 2021, it was 11.9%, I believe, of those calls were juveniles. So Uplift, if you're familiar with previous systems, it used to be called Eastfield Minquang, and that program became Uplift.
Right, yeah. I used to serve on the Juvenile Justice Commission, so I'm very aware of Uplift and other programs for our youth. But I would, and we used to have a youth bureau, and from my understanding, we don't have that anymore at our police department, correct?
That's correct. The Youth Service Bureau, or YSB, went away in the 90s sometime.
Yeah, being here in Milpitas for so many years, one of my best friends, Ms. Garcia, Beatriz Garcia, she used to work there. And so I was really familiar with that. And it really helped a lot of kids. And I'm hoping that we could hopefully get something like that again, maybe under your leadership. You could help the kids. And I remember when James Murray, our former police chief, he used to have a program where kids, but this is when we were a smaller town, when kids got in trouble, some of the police officers would drive them back home, and they would have a scolding with their parents. And also, I think I recall that the chief told me that sometimes the kids would wash their cars, and they would take them under their wing, and they really changed their life around. And I would like to see something like that, because it would be taking a proactive approach, helping the kids find themselves, because kids are going through an identity crisis when they're teenagers, and so they're trying to find out who am I, and so sometimes they go the wrong path, or they follow their friends, and I think you're the leader that will create something for these kids that just sometimes they make the wrong decisions, and of course nonviolent crimes, but I think you can do something for those kids, that maybe come up with a good program, or maybe bringing the youth bureau back and maybe tweaking it. I would love to support that. I think because our kids are our future, and I think we could do something really good with that. But I do like the CIT, your model that you use. However, I would like the officers to not to take it just once or twice every 2 years, but more frequent. Because as a school teacher, we were always sent to trainings, and things would get shelved because we've got so many things going on. But I would like to definitely have that more training, and also maybe have them be trained in behavioral science, the developmental, and also some type of ethnic cultural awareness, multicultural. They have courses in that at the universities. So something like that. I would think to make your police force, our police force, more, I think more knowledgeable. Because knowledge is power. If you, the more you know, the better person you can be, and the more wiser decisions you make. So I would like to see that. But thank you for your leadership.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Montano. Yeah. Thank you, Vice Mayor Montano. I encourage you to bring it to a future meeting, and we can agendize any proposal you may have. But no, I think the chief is doing fine, and just give him some time. Give him some time. That's all I need. Okay, great. Item number 11. We're still here. I think we've heard from everybody that would like to speak. I just might add a few words. Is absolutely mental health is a concern. I've seen adults, residents here in town, go on an episode. I've seen a whole cul-de-sac of homes on concern with the police department pulling in with the cruisers, and them doing an outstanding job, kind of reducing the risk in the situation when the person having the episode is in the street yelling, the whole cul-de-sac's watching. I'm watching on FaceTime. Residents are calling me, and I'm hearing the police officers through the FaceTime, watching the video, and just professional. I think a lot of those times our police officers with the mental health training, they go unnoticed. There's no commendation. It's a routine thing that happens here in a town of 75,000 people. It really does happen. Not just youth, but adults, and folks locking themselves in the KFC. I don't know if y'all remember that one a few years ago, but our police officers, time and time again, due to the training, I really think leadership in the training that's been kind of sewn into the culture over at the police station. I think that really has made a huge difference for many years. And I know that we're fortunate to have this police department. I don't even need to say it. Okay. Thank you very much, Chief, for your presentation, for your time. You've answered all the questions from the public and the council. Thank you so much, Acting Chief Hernandez. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, folks, whoever's still with us here this evening, not too late, another great meeting, everybody. I've already thanked everybody enough. You're tired of me thanking you, and I'll probably thank you when I see you. But before we adjourn, I just want to say great job again to city staff and our city council. This city is moving. When you're having meetings as efficient as we do, and when you're making decisions, overcoming the biggest challenges like we are experiencing, it says a lot. And everybody, each person should feel, even the residents, our community members, our family, we should be feeling pretty good about the work we're doing. A lot of great ideas are moving forward all across the dais. And so I'm just truly thankful for the city council and the work everybody's doing. And I'm going to reinforce it every chance I can get. And so we'll take a moment of silence here before we adjourn in the memory of all those that have lost their life due to what happened at the VTA, an undescribable tragedy. and we'll do a moment of silence, and we'll put some prayer and thought as you may into all the families affected. So a moment of silence. Thank you, everybody, and have a great evening. This meeting is adjourned.